Hello, everybody. How's it going? Happy Saturday. Oh my goodness, TS, good timing.
A 76 worth remembering, unlike, say, Fallout.
Oh, nice. TS, thank you so much for the 76-month resub. Holy moly. That is bananas. I appreciate you very much. Thank you for using your Twitch Prime to subscribe to the channel. Enjoy your sub badge, your ad-free viewing, your emotes, all that good stuff. Good to see everyone. Hello, Bronny. Hello, Euro. Hello, TS. How's everybody doing on this lovely Saturday afternoon? I'm so happy to be back. I know I was here on Wednesday streaming Split Fiction with Rory, but I haven't done just like a solo stream with us in 2 weeks. It's been forever. It's been so long. So I'm so excited to be here today. I'm so excited to play more Avowed. Of course, we've been playing this game now for the last couple of weeks. I guess the last couple of months, realistically. We started the game in February. It's now April. But the game is just absolutely fantastic. We are still slowly but surely, methodically making our way through the world of Avowed. And today we're going to be entering a brand new region, actually. We're still trying to track down the garden, which is where our, I was going to say guardian deity resides, but I don't know if I would call them our guardian because they seem pretty shitty, to be honest. Which is where Sopadal resides. We'll just leave it at that. And apparently to get to the garden, we need to go through Galawain's Tusks, which from my understanding is a snowy, mountainous region where the dwarves live. So should be a really big juxtaposition to the area we were just exploring, which was very dry, desertous, hot, and sunny. So I'm really looking forward to exploring a brand new area today. It's going to be fantastic, and we'll just continue trying to track down that garden. Obviously, at this point in the game, we are learning a lot about Sopadal and what they may or may not have done to got themselves imprisoned in the first place. And one of the last tidbits of information that we uncovered was that Sopadal basically killed all of the godless people. And basically when she was being attacked, just like lashed out in self-defense. And it's like, if you're going to kill your own worshippers, your own people, I'm not sure how much I can trust you. So it feels like the more information we uncover about Sopadal, the less I actually trust them. So, I mean, by the time we get to the garden, I'm sure we're going to have to make some big decisions. But we've got a while yet. We still got to go through Galawain's Tusks, and that's what's going to be happening today. I was aiming to catch up to you between streams, but I keep playing not Avowed. I mean, there's so many good games out right now. I actually saw you mentioned in the Discord, Bronny, about Blueprints. It was a game I'd never even heard of until I think it came out on Thursday. I saw so many people streaming it. I was like, what the hell is Blueprints? And I started watching it, and it looks so cool. It's a roguelike puzzle game, which is like two genres that don't normally intersect. It looks really, really good. So Blueprints is definitely on my radar, and I know that there's been a bunch of other really awesome games that have come out lately, let alone, you know, the never-ending backlogs that we all have as gamers. So all of that to say is, I don't blame you. I understand. So many games, so little time. It's my life motto. I said it once, I've said it a million times. Gia says, I got to test out my brother's new sauna yesterday. Ooh, fun. Also, as a thanks for helping him with his move, we had a mountain of BK, Burger King. I'm just imagining you two sitting in the sauna, just like a burger in each hand, just... Yes, BK is Burger King. For a minute there, I was like, he can't be talking about Burger King. BK must mean something else. But no, it does actually mean Burger King. And honestly, I love that for you guys. Sounds like a fantastic way to spend a Friday. The burgers happened after the sauna. Okay, I mean, that maybe makes a little bit more sense. Rather than, accidentally dripping sauce down onto the wooden planks in the sauna. Just imagine the sizzle it would make as it hit. Tss, ketchup goes up. Well, that's fantastic. I didn't do a whole lot yesterday. I mentioned this briefly on Wednesday. We didn't have a ton of time to chat and talk one-on-one on Wednesday because, of course, I was co-streaming with Rory, but I was away last weekend. Bethany, my best friend, still lives back in St. John's, where I'm from. So obviously we're very far apart from each other. We don't see each other often. So every year we try to do what we like to call a best friends trip. So this year's best friend trip was sports themed. Our last one, for reference, was Taylor Swift themed. We went and saw Taylor Swift. This time around, we went to Toronto for 2 nights. We saw the Raptors play. Then we took the train from Toronto up to Ottawa, which is something I'd never done before, which was kind of cool. And then we saw the Senators play. So all of that is to say I basically, did all my social time last weekend and, spent all my money last weekend. So this weekend is very chill, relaxed, just going to be hanging out. Alana's actually on call this weekend. So I'm just looking forward to, relaxing, hanging out with you guys, that sort of thing. But speaking of the Ottawa Senators, I don't know how many people here in chat follow the NHL at all, but my favorite hockey team is the Ottawa Senators. They have been since I was a kid. And they have not made the playoffs in 8 years. Literally, the last time they made the playoffs was the year before I started law school. So, like, a very, very long time ago, literally another lifetime ago, basically, for me. And they have finally made the playoffs again. So I was so excited to be there and actually see the game. The energy in the building was just absolutely electric. At the end of the game, the whole building was chanting, "We want playoffs." And it was just like, oh, it was so awesome. So playoffs actually start next Saturday. Very, very excited. The good thing is we are going into the playoffs as huge underdogs. I mean, we haven't even been there for the last 8 years. So we are the definition of just happy to be here. We have no expectations. I'm really just happy. But it's looking right now that we're going to play against the Toronto Maple Leafs. And if we could upset the Maple Leafs, it would be icing on the proverbial cake. It would be fantastic. So all of that's to say is I'm very, very excited for the NHL playoffs starting next week. The Euro says the Wings are technically not eliminated yet, but we need to win out plus get help. Yes, actually, we actually officially clinched our playoff spot on Monday because the Wings lost, which was kind of sad because we had basically one of two scenarios to clinch our playoff spot on Monday. We had to win against Columbus and or Detroit had to lose against the Habs. So unfortunately the Sens lost in Columbus, so I actually switched over to the Wings Habs game, and for the first time in my entire life I was cheering for the Habs. And hey, they did us a solid because with the Red Wings losing, the Sens clinched, but the Wings are not mathematically out of the playoffs yet because Montreal has not clinched their playoff spot yet. I think they need to win tonight against Toronto and they clinch. So anyway, everything's not fully solidified yet, but it's getting there. I did feel a little bad though, Euro, because I was like, oh, I have to cheer against the Euro's favorite team. Literally, the inspiration for Euro's username here on Twitch is the Detroit Red Wings. So clearly he's a fan, but you got to do what you got to do sometimes. Desperate times call for desperate measures. We haven't been in the playoffs in 8 freaking years, so I needed this one. All right. TS says, okay, fuck, I checked and you guys are 4,300 kilometers apart as the crow flies. Canada do be huge. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, Canada, you could almost fit all of Europe into Canada. So it's it is pretty crazy to think that, me and Bethany live in the same country, but we are that far apart. So it's unfortunate, a huge country obviously means it's a bit harder to travel around and see people on different ends, but we do what we got to do. And, me and Bethany are both fortunate enough that we can, make a yearly trip happen, and we just, take advantage of it when we can. But yeah, the TLDR is Canada is really big. I mean, we took the train from Toronto to Ottawa and it took us 4 hours. Whereas like a train between major cities in Europe would take you like 45 minutes, like it's just the scale of everything in Canada is just so much bigger. BRB when sports done. Bronny, this is your year. You can officially become a sports fan and cheer for the Ottawa Senators in the NHL playoffs starting next Saturday. This is your time, okay? For comparison, I checked where my best friend would have to live to be comparable, and Dubai would be pretty close. Wow, that's crazy. Finland to Dubai. Yeah, it's pretty wild how big it is. And it doesn't help that I live on almost the extreme end of one country and Bethany lives on the extreme end of the other, but yeah, anyway, that's what's going on with me this weekend. How about we load up Avowed, because as we know by now, it feels like every time I play Avowed, they want me to install some shaders. So how about we get that started here? To be fair, St. John's is very much the extreme end of Canada. Oh yeah, like the most extreme end. It's literally the most extreme end of North America. Cape Spear, which is a tourist destination just outside St. John's, is actually famous for being the most easterly point in North America. So you cannot get any physically closer to Europe than when you're in Cape Spear. Well, on land. If you're in the water, you can get a little closer. But in terms of landmarks, it's actually the most easterly point in North America. So St. John's is very east, and I am very west. So that's why me and Beth try to meet in the middle. Toronto and Ottawa's, roughly in the middle of where we both are. So back, yay Europe! I mean, Bronny, can you even yay Europe anymore after Brexit? Or maybe we shouldn't bring that up. There's no need to sprinkle salt in the old wounds, right? So if you were to swim across the Atlantic, then that would be the ideal starting or ending spot. Exactly. So if anyone really wants to challenge themselves, that's sort of what they want to do, then Cape Spear is where you want to jump off. As I guesstimated, we are in fact generating shaders. So here we are. We'll just relax here and continue to chat while this happens. Hi Kev, how are you? Happy Saturday. It's so good to see everybody. I hope everybody's weekend is going well so far. TS spent some time with his brother in the sauna last night. What's everyone else been up to this weekend? Any fun plans, or is it more of a relaxing, a chill weekend? Any games to play or movies to watch, that kind of thing? As you can see, I don't have my Timmy's tea today. Today we are sponsored by McCafe. Got ourselves a McDonald's tea. Let's generate chat while the game generates shaders. Yay! That's a good way to put it, actually. I mean, I should start counting down the number of days that I've advertised Tim Hortons on this channel, so I can put together sort of a marketing package and try to get them to sponsor me. Today is stream number 387 where I'm showing myself drinking a Tim's tea, because at this point I'm giving these people so much free advertising. It's only fair that they get a day off and I drink McCafe instead. Bronny says, I nearly 100%ed Keep Driving. What is Keep Driving? Let's check it out. Keep Driving. It's an atmospheric RPG about life on the open road. Pick up hitchhikers, work odd jobs, customize and repair your car, and map your route. Oh, cool. So it's kind of like Oregon Trail, but a modern? That looks pretty cool, actually. I could see that being something I would really enjoy. That looks like a cool game. I might have to check that out, actually. What was the Timmy's new product we were talking about on Discord the other day? I can't remember, actually, TS. You might have to refresh my memory. I actually can't remember what we were talking about the other day. Euro says, I finished Daybreak 2 and finally decided to get back into Infinite Wealth the other day. Oh, amazing. Okay, so it's funny you say that, because I just finished Infinite Wealth and I'm just about to start Daybreak. So we're sort of going opposite right now. But I mean, I absolutely loved Infinite Wealth. I don't think I loved it quite as much as Yakuza 7, Like a Dragon, but it was still really, really good. I mean, Like a Dragon is probably one of my favorite games of all time, so it's really hard to stack up. But Infinite Wealth was a solid 9 out of 10 for me, for sure. So I really hope you enjoy it. It's really cool to explore Hawaii. As someone who's actually been to Hawaii, it was also really cool to see Hawaii replicated in the game world, I guess. I know that sounds so silly to say, but every other Yakuza game takes place in Japan. I've never been to Japan, so everything to me is brand new and fresh and modern. I don't recognize anything. So it was a weird juxtaposition to suddenly be in Hawaii and be like, wait a minute, I actually recognize some of this stuff. So that I thought that was very cool for me. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed Daybreak 2. I'm really excited to start Daybreak 1. I'm obviously a little behind, but I've heard great things about Daybreak 1 and 2, so I'm very, very excited to hop into them. Tia says, I was mistaken. There's no new product at Timmy's. They were somehow drawn into the conversation about pickle lemonade. Timmy's is just always drawn into the conversation, right? Hey, Nine. What's going on? You're welcome for the dab there. All right, so as I mentioned, our main quest in Avowed is this one right here. Our dreams divide us still. So after using the Akitan device we found in Naku Kabel to decipher the location of the garden, the time has come to enter Galawain's Tusks and find the path to Sopadal's prison. Temerity has given us permission to exit Shatterscarp using the bridge in the north of the region. Galawain's Tusks, home to the dwarves of Solace Keep, is just ahead. Marius might be able to help you navigate the region. So we don't actually have Marius in our party right now. So before we go to Galawain's Tusks, I actually want to set up camp so we can switch up our party, because I agree. I definitely think we should bring Marius with us. He should be able to not only help us navigate the region, but I'm sure he'll have, you know, lots of interesting information he can perhaps share with us. And Marius is not only a dwarf, he's actually from Galawain's Tusks, and we know he actually didn't have the best parting from Galawain's Tusks, so all that is to say, hopefully we'll actually learn a little bit more about him as we continue on as well. Marius gives off the vibe that he totally won't help you navigate that region. He may be a grumbly crumb, but he actually is very dedicated to his craft, and that is navigating the wilderness and being a guide. So he might grumble, but I think he will help us navigate.
Listen, that back there in the ruins, that was a lot. I know you passed 3 trials, but I'm not sure what that means exactly.
Look, I had to appease those spirits. It doesn't really mean anything beyond that, at least to me.
Right. Makes sense. The important thing is that you did it. It's not that I didn't enjoy tromping around in the ancient death trap, getting bossed around by spirits and all that. But I really do hope this was the last time. That kind of humidity does terrible things to my beard. Anyway.
Well, where we're going, I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of humidity, so your beard should be in okay shape.
Until next time.
I've been trying to sort my thoughts since we left her domain. We met Ringrim. The Ringrim. Master illusionist of the Circle of Archmagi. And we impressed her. She even offered to make me her apprentice.
I could hardly contain myself. It was an honor just to meet her.
It was overwhelming. I can still feel my heartbeat. It doesn't feel real, but it is. Oh, Handra's titties. What am I going to do? If I take the apprenticeship, I'll have to leave Quilici and Fjord. And what about my study of the Godless? I've spent my whole life with them.
But who else will tell the story of the Akita if not you? I understand not wanting to leave your friends and family behind, but you also can't give up on your dreams.
Oh, you even learned their proper name. I can't believe you listened. You'll make me cry. I'm not a kid anymore. I can't do everything all at once. There are only 26 hours in a day.
Huh?
I love my life as it is now.
That was an interesting fact. Apparently there are 26 hours in the world of Aora. I mean, imagine what you could do with 2 extra hours in a day.
Dreamed of.
That would be fantastic. Although, as I'm saying it out loud, I feel like the corporate overlords would just make us work 10-hour days instead of 8 if we had 2 extra hours. But in an ideal world, we'd have 2 extra hours to ourselves in the evening to play video games. Maybe somehow she cheats 2 extra hours into the ordinary 24. Honestly, if anyone was to do that, it would be Yatsli. She would have figured out some sort of temporal magic to give herself 2 extra hours, so you're right. I mean, I gotta be honest with you, Yatsli. I think it's hard to pass up an opportunity like the one Ringrim is offering you. Maybe Quilici could come with you, or, you know... it sucks, but sometimes people have to do long distance, and I'm sure you two would make it work. It's not every day that you get an invitation to apprentice under an archmage.
I know. That's the whole issue. I've learned magic through my own means, reading and studying on my own. How much more could I learn with her? And how much faster? Within a fortnight, I could rule the world.
Okay.
Oh, gods. I'll stick with the secret sleeping god that whispers who knows what in our leader's head, thank you very much.
Yeah, maybe take it down a notch there, Yatsley.
I can't promise I'll act on it, but I really appreciate the advice. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to write a letter to Quilichi. He'll never believe me.
Do your thing, girl.
Hope those dreams aren't keeping you up.
Okay. He doesn't really have much to chat about, actually.
Take a
And
sand
then
out
what
of your
about
bedroom
you,
before you settle
Giata?
in.
I can't believe it. Ranger Dorsal, a traitor to Fior Messiverno.
Oh, that's kind of old
Shame we had to
news,
kill
but
her.
okay, yeah, if you
At
want to
least
talk
now
about
she
that
can't
now,
hurt
sure.
anyone else.
We can unpack
The
that.
damage is contained, more or less.
I mean... She was wrong about Fior Messiverno and about your people.
I'm glad you think so. Still, it's a shame. Dorso gave up on the dream of Fior Messiverno. Blamed animancers for the problems we tried to solve. And I hate to see anyone lose hope. That's all for now. Let me know if there's anything else.
Seems like a conversation we probably should have had a long time ago, but again. Anyway, we're good. Before we head out, how about we change up our outfits again? So let's put everyone... So we've got 3 different outfits. We've got the default outfit, the Aora collection, and the Obsidian collection. We haven't actually put Yatsley into any new outfits yet. Yeah, so the Aora collection changes the outfit completely, versus the Obsidian collection just changes the color palette. So I feel like let's go into the Aora collection to make everyone look a little different. And I really like Marius's look in the Aora collection as well, so... Switch up everyone's looks, and then I think we're done here. We will take Yatsley out of our party and add Marius. As I've said before, Kai is basically an automatic lock in the party. He's the only one of our companions who can act as a tank, and as a ranged DPS squishy glass cannon character myself, he basically always needs to be in the party to try to draw aggro and, you know, act as a physical tank. So it's basically Kai, and then you pick one of the other 3 is how I've gone about assembling my party. So Kai, and then we'll also grab Marius. He's a permanent member, as he should be. What does Yatsley do in combat? So she's basically a ranged DPS. I can show you what her abilities are. So she uses basically explosive magic. Her attacks burst into a small area of effect when they hit an enemy. She can invoke a strange arcane power that explodes. So she's basically your mage. Giada is basically your healer. Marius is your ranged DPS, and Kai is your physical DPS, is essentially how each character is kind of laid out. Alright, so we've actually already unlocked the fast travel point up here by Naku Cabell, which is right next to Galawain's Tusks Gatehouse, so we can just fast travel right up there. So Kai and Giata is the ideal party then. Yeah, basically Kai and Giata are the ideal party if you want to be a DPS. But sometimes you need to sort of switch in other members. We needed Yatsley for the main story in our last couple of quests, and now we need Marius for exploring Galawain's Tusks. Hey Death, how are you? Happy Saturday! Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Welcome back to a cozy RPG Saturday. We're continuing our adventure through Avowed, and today we're actually heading into a new region of the game called Galawain's Tusks. TS says, I'm not sure Marius foregoing sleeves is a bright idea for going to a snowy mountain range, but this outfit has lots of fur, so, you know, win some, you lose some, I guess. Alright, you guys just gonna let me through?
Temerity sent word. Said you were good to go. But she didn't sound right, Envoy.
To the water in the dark. To the roots. Away into the nothing.
Things are still strange. I'd watch my step if I were you.
Damn, so many people have the Dream Scourge. He clearly does too, and it's obvious why. Look how much Dream Scourge has infected this gate. Honestly, Shia, it's only a matter of time till you get sick too at this rate. We've just gotta, at this point, the only thing we can do is work as quickly as we can to find Sopadal and try to end the Dream Scourge at its root. His arms might fall off, but at least his shoulders will be warm.
Well, that parting is probably the closest Ludwig gets to friendly. I'm not looking forward to our paths crossing again.
Frankly, I'll take any opportunity we get to ruin Ludwig's day.
I'll say this much for the Inquisitor. She's stubborn, like a rat. And we gave her everything she wanted.
I'd say we shouldn't stay on her bad side, but I'm not sure she has any other sides.
You know her better than any of us. What's your read?
Death Guards are powerful, but not unstoppable. While Ludwig is undead, she's not immortal.
Indeed. And death is her strength and her weakness.
But you're saying there's a chance.
Well, the joke's on her in any case. Ludwig won't get very far without that map. She'll be scratching her skull.
Somehow, I don't think she'll let that stop her for long.
And Ludwig definitely strikes me as someone who doesn't leave food on her plate.
So, if you guys didn't see our last stream, the big reveal was we finally saw Ludwig's real face. We had heard that she was undead, but I didn't realize how literally that was going to be reflected in her appearance. Girly is literally just a skeleton, so... While I was, like, strangely attracted to her before, I guess the air of mystery under her badass armor and mask, now that I know that underneath she's literally just a skeleton, you could say I'm not quite as interested anymore. I mean, it was convenient that we were able to come to an agreement at our last confrontation with Ludwig, but I'm not naive enough to think that our paths might cross again, and she might not be so understanding. So if we have to, I can deal with her.
I believe it. And we'll cross that bridge with you when we get to it.
Ludwig and her steel garrote have the numbers and the power. But we have spunk and a map.
Spunk counts for a
That
lot.
might just be enough to find the garden before she does.
We're all competing for the same thing. A place we barely understand, with no guarantees of what we'll find there. Still, I am determined to reach the garden, above all else.
Ugh, that's just a pile of Sokka.
Do you know something we don't?
Generally, debatable, but about the garden, definitely.
Huh?
You won't find a Bleste thing. This wild beetle chase of yours is a Padraku waste of time.
Why do you say
To get
that?
to the garden, you have to go through Galawain's tusks. The land is made of lava and acid. It wants to eat you alive.
So it's tough odds. We've gotten this far together.
Tough odds is an extra Zarb jumping in at the last minute. This is a long trek, on foot, through a land that can barely support life. I don't have to be a Bleste oracle to know this won't go how you think it will.
Also, am I confused on the biome of Galawain's tusks? For some reason, the mental image I had in my head of Galawain's tusks was like snowy tundra. But is it the opposite? Is it hot and full of lava? Interesting. Well, if that's the case, probably for the best Marius has his arms out, and I was clearly completely disillusioned about what was to come. This just sounds like a defense. He just doesn't want to go back there. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Look, I want to find the cause of the Dream Scourge, and the garden is our best clue. I know you don't want to go back to Galawain's tusks. I'm sure it's dangerous, but we've been through a lot of dangerous so far, and we've always come out the other side. Now's not the time to get cold feet, or hot feet, depending on what sort of weather we're walking into here in Galawain's Tusks.
And all your clues come from one source. You've been following a voice in your head. What do you know about Soppadal? How do you know you can trust them?
I don't know I can trust them. The truth is, I'm not sure I can trust them, but I have a job to do, and I don't have time for your nonsense, Marius. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be brusque and inconsiderate, but I'm also not going to completely give up just because you don't want to go to Galawain's Tusks.
Then you're gambling with all our lives. Don't expect me to be overjoyed. I'm done here. Do whatever blessed planning you want to do. You don't need me for that.
Let's just take a breath, Marius. You don't mean that.
Nope. I said what I said. Come get me when it's time to go.
Poor Marius. Something's really rattled him.
I've never seen Marius like this. Something's going on with him, but I don't know what.
Shame that the only option to express mistrust in Soppadal was also hostile towards Marius. Yeah, absolutely. I agree, because there was no way I was going to say I trusted Soppadal, because I don't. And I mean, to be fair, Marius is acting kind of like a big baby right now, but I mean, we've gotten sort of clues as to why Marius doesn't want to go back to Galawain's Tusks. He lost his mother and father, and there was a lot of secrecy around what happened, and it appears the dwarves have like a very rigid sort of class system, and he just felt very alienated and lied to. We still don't have the full story, but it's clear that he didn't leave Galawain's Tusks in a good place, and I think that's all sort of bubbling to the surface here now, you know? Look, I'll try to talk to Marius.
Be gentle with him. Or if not gentle,
Marius is throwing
understanding.
all of his toys out of the pram.
Hopefully Marius will be okay.
Honestly, yes, good way to put it.
Going if we want to get to the garden
He's
before
throwing a
Luton.
little
We
tantrum.
won't get far unless we look after each
So
other.
let's see if we can
Now's your
actually
chance.
get through to him a little bit here.
I know what you're gonna say. Marius, you need to slow down. Think about your feelings. Well, I don't want to think about my feelings. So just let me be alone for a bit.
I want to know what got you so upset.
How should I know? I don't know what's going on in my head half the time. Just the thought of going back to Galawain's Tusks makes my heart feel like it's going to explode. I sweat. My ears ring. I can't breathe. When it seems like we're really heading there, I feel like I'm dying.
Poor Marius. Is this because you left Solace?
I don't know.
E9 says, I too keep my feelings bottled up till
I
they kill
left
me.
there for a reason. Good reason, I'm not sure. I understand not wanting to go back, but why can't I just thinking about it makes me feel ill. I need some time alone, Envoy. I need to get some rest. I'll be ready to go when the time comes.
Poor guy. I get it. Anxiety is a real thing. But you also just can't keep pushing it down and down and down. Eventually, it's all gonna explode. It's the reason I drink alcohol. Wow, okay, so Galawain's Tusks is literally the exact opposite of the mental image that I had in my head. I was expecting a snowy, cold tundra, and instead we're getting lava.
Mount Forja smelled like a basket of rotten eggs, but you should have told me it smells like a ship's latrine after a month at sea.
Always thought that if I ever came back here, I'd never...
It's okay. We're all here with you. Deep breaths.
I'm fine. Just try growing up with that volcano on the horizon. You learn early on how fragile life can be.
This is pretty cool, honestly. Like I said, the exact opposite of what I was expecting. But yeah, there is a snowy region right next door to Galawain's Tusks. But that's not where we are right now. Galawain's Tusks is a rocky, volcanic region, which is kind of cool.
You can imprison our bodies, but not our voices.
What's going on over here?
Does this amuse you, seeing your kin caged like beasts?
No true kin would desert Solace. All we have are our oaths to Nandru, and you broke them.
I've seen punishment for deserting the military, but a settlement.
The damn oaths again. You might as well be the one in chains. Our founder, Nandru, didn't intend for his people to starve. I'd bet you my kidneys he didn't build Solace Keep.
It's a weird thing to bet. Your kidneys?
No, he would have wanted us to live.
Honestly, I don't care anymore. I'm getting too hungry to even think.
Interesting. So it looks like Solace Keep is having some supply chain problems. People are starving there. What's also interesting is when these people tried to leave Solace Keep, they were imprisoned? What did they do to deserve starvation?
That's not for you to decide. Mahala's going to make an example of them before more make a run on the
Well, this could partly explain Marius's apprehension. Absolutely. Solace Keep seems to have some interesting things going on there.
We'd appreciate it if you would leave. This is Pargrunen business.
Yeah, don't need a blessed outsider pretending they know anything. Move along.
Can't imagine why you even set foot here. These are Pargrunen lands, last I checked.
Meaning mind your tongue and your judgment while you're here, outsider. These
seems like we're getting a warm welcome here.
Their cages.
Again, TS is right. I can see why Marius was so apprehensive to return here. I want to look really quick, so let's just go over some of these key terms. Solace Keep is the ancient fortress in Galawain's Tusks and the primary residence of the Wardens. The keep is used to defend the region from outsiders and to monitor volcanic activity. Nandru is the revered founder of Solace Keep. Nandru lived hundreds of years ago, but the Pargrunen of Galawain's Tusks still honor the oath they swore to him to protect the garden forever. Huh. Well, now I'm really glad I came into the key terms. The whole purpose of the dwarves and Solace Keep is to protect the garden? Seems like we're on the right track, but it also seems like these Pargrunen, these dwarves, are going to know more about this than we thought. Mahala is a prominent member of the Solace Council and an adherent to Pargrunen traditions. Pargrunen are mountain dwarves. Cool. Look, fine, I won't interfere. I'm looking for an old godless tower which marks the way to the garden.
You won't find much at that old ruin, but I'm glad to see you go.
Follow the main road north and then east.
Wow, even the prisoners are helpful.
After you hit the cliffs. Now mind your business.
Okay, well, seems like even the prisoners didn't want us to interfere in Pargrunen business, which is interesting. They're very clearly a solitary race, these dwarves. They want nothing to do with outsiders. Right over here, we've got Sallow Step Party Camp, so we'll unlock that if we need to go back in the future. And then it looks like the path's going to take us down this way, to the opposite direction of the volcano, which is probably a good thing. What do we have here? There are Zorips in Galawain's Tusks. Good to know. Anyone have any Easter plans? No, we're, it's never been something I've necessarily really celebrated. I know when I was a kid, obviously we do sort of the Easter egg hunts, but I'm not religious, so Easter has never really been a big holiday for me. What I'm most excited about is we do get Good Friday off as a statutory holiday here in Canada, so I'm looking forward to a day off, to be honest with you. I'm sure me and Alana will get some chocolates and, you know, chill out and whatever, but no real plans for me. Holy moly, that's a big Zorip. That's the war chief. Damn. Alright, it didn't take us long to get into Galawain's Tusks for the fighting to break out, did it?
Give me a second.
Okay, I need you over here. Hero says, yeah, I'm just looking forward to a 4-day weekend. Exactly. Or take what you can get, right? I'm visiting family, but not to celebrate the holiday, just a convenient time to do so. Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, gotta take advantage of the long weekend when you can. That'd be nice. Man, those beetles are tough. They have so much armor to break through. Alright, who do we got left? A stalker up here. Is that everyone? Looks like there were some humans that ventured up here. Didn't make it very far, though. Strangled Audra.
Some kind of crystal on top of that hill. Might be best to leave it alone.
Marius, when have you ever known me to leave anything alone that looks any bit curious? Looks like they're animancers. You can see they've got their equipment here and they were studying this Audra. Unfortunately, they didn't make it out, but in this guy's pocket is a diary. Day 1, we found a beautiful bit of Audra that would be perfect to study the erratic flow of essence natural to the living lands. Unfortunately, there's an infestation of Zorops in and around the area. Of course, we mustn't let something as silly as fear stop our studies, so myself and the others have decided that by splitting up, we'll be less likely to be seen by the little monsters. Day 4. I heard Nicola's cries last night. I believe that means that I'm the only one remaining. Hopefully Petru can make use of their equipment, assuming the Zorops didn't damage things too much. Either way, my studies of the Audra have been most exciting. I shall have to be more careful than my colleagues were if I wish to continue, but I'm not overly worried. Famous last words. Okay, so it looks like the Zorops killed all of the Animancers, and then we've got some strangled Audra here that we can interact with.
Something happened here. Drip by drip, the slow passage of time. The years have gnarled our branches, the hot winds bent our trunk. Who are we? We do not recognize what we have become.
I don't even know which answer to choose here, honestly. I'll go with you evolved to survive. Life tried to beat you down, it failed.
Carve away the old self. Warp the wood.
Weird time to be waxing philosophical. Yeah, exactly.
Embrace your resolve within us.
Okay, that was kind of strange, but anyway, we cleared the strangled Audra, and we got something called Audra Ban. A legendary upgrade material. It's called White Audra. It's an extraordinarily rare precious stone found in some formations of Audra. It sometimes appears immediately adjacent to copper conductors used in Egwithan structures. It has a luminescent white color with pink and violet vein striations running through it. Cool. Alright, well, we cleared out the Zorops. We got revenge for the poor Animancers. Cleared up that Audra and got a pretty rare upgrade material, so we'll take it. Before we go, we'll obviously make sure we're not leaving any loot behind here. Speaking of loot. Ooh, Shadow Dancer's boots. Plus 40% dodge distance, and it increases your health restoration from all sources by 5%. That's pretty awesome. Unfortunately, I think just for our build, War Mage's boots are still better because it gives plus 15 maximum essence and dodging has a 10% chance to restore 20 essence. Our build right now is all about just having as much essence or mana as we can, but the Shadow Dancer's boots look pretty cool. Though simple in appearance, these boots are host to a deceptively potent enchantment. Worn by an infamous shadow dancer and treasure hunter known only as Hemlock, how they ended up in the living lands is anyone's guess. Hemlock was a master of the technique known as shadowing. Beyond that, he used to escape many a sticky situation, especially with the added mobility of these boots. Though his ultimate goal was known only to him, it is rumored that whatever he was planning earned the collective ire of the entire circle of Archmagi. More likely than not, the Circle has already found and dealt with him, but on the off chance that he has evaded their wrath, there's no telling what sort of trouble he may be getting up to. Damn. I don't know who Hemlock was, but in order to draw the wrath of the entire Circle of Archmagi, that's intense. Tia says, your current boots are only blue. It feels like that's lagging behind your other gear. Absolutely. They're not as high, like, of level in terms of rarity, but at the same time, I just feel like their effects are better. Although I suppose, I mean, Shadow Dancer's boots wouldn't be bad. I do like to dodge, so giving us plus 40% dodge distance would be nice. Increasing our health restoration, I suppose, is also nice. Are they upgradable? No, unfortunately your clothing is not well, no, I shouldn't say that. Your armor is upgradable, your weapons are upgradable. Unfortunately, your gloves and your boots are not upgradable for some reason. And neither is your jewelry. So I don't know why. Hi Riz, how are you? Happy Saturday, my friend. Good to see you. I hope you're having a good weekend so far. But yeah, I mean, maybe we can give the Shadow Dancer's boots a try. We can see how they go. We can always swap back to War Mage's boots later. Because we do, I mean, as much as we like mana, we also like health too, so... And now I'll be able to dodge better. Alright, let's keep on heading down this way. I don't know if you guys can see, but in the distance, there's like a weird glow. So you dodge using spacebar. You'll see sometimes when I get charged at by monsters, I take like a big step back like that. That's the dodge. And I do actually use it fairly often in combat. You're sore, but overall good. Have you been up to anything to make you sore, or is it just the perils of getting old? I know for me, sometimes you just wake up in the morning and you're like, yeah, I'm sore. I did nothing yesterday, but I am sore. But on the other hand... Oh no, you fell downstairs! Oh, that's even worse than the perils of getting old. Damn, Riz. I hope you're okay.
If you just...
Also, what the hell's happening in here?
Not leave my side until I am what I was. Do not ask again. Or... Traveler, what business have you here with me?
Hi, sorry to interrupt.
Looks endearing. Probably here against her will. Suggest we be very careful here.
Well, what is it?
So the ogre has some sort of affliction, and I guess that's what he was just getting mad at that woman for. I don't know if it's Dream Scourge, but something's going on with him. You can see by his face. What's going on here?
You and I are talking. A rare luxury for one of my kind, I've found.
Also, for an ogre, he's like very well groomed. His mustache is like perfectly shaped. His hair is nicely braided. You know, we always think of ogres as sort of like wild beasts, but at the very least, this one goes to the salon regularly. Pro-life tiff, do not fall downstairs. Riz says, just bruised and scraped, but not awful. I'm also getting older. Apparently I turned 30 this year. Yes, Riz, join the club. I turned 30 last year. It's all downhill from here, my friend. Cheers. I'm just kidding. I'm glad you're doing okay. It sounds like a good day, a good Saturday to just rest, relax, take it easy on your body. Maybe some ice or some heat, some Advil, good snacks, good video games. But yeah, it sounds like we're only a year apart in age, which is nice. You know, it says Tiffbert, which is an interesting nickname, but I'll take it. Does it make you feel old that your 10-year anniversary is getting closer and closer? I mean, we've still got some time left. I started streaming in December 2017, so this December is going to be my 8-year anniversary. So I've still got 2.5 years till the big 10-0. But I mean, the fact that we're even getting to the conversation where my 10-year stream anniversary is coming up is pretty crazy. And I would be lying if I said it didn't make me feel old. It's just like, it's gotten to a point where I've been streaming for so long that I can't even remember my life without streaming. Like, it's just become such a routine part of my life that it's just like, what was life before stream.
Maybe by next month we'll be done with winter.
MK, hi! Thank you so much for the resub. Speaking of old, yo, MK has been subscribed for 89 months. Dude, that is insane. Thank you so much, my friend. I appreciate it. MK has been here basically since day one, which is really impressive. I cannot believe I haven't scared him off yet. Maybe next month we'll be done with winter, fingers crossed. I hate to even speak it out loud because I feel like in doing so I just inevitably jinx myself, but I think spring has arrived in Calgary. The past week it's been in the 10 to 15 degree range every day. It's sunny. It just, you know when it just feels like spring? I think spring might be here, but God only knows. I might be live again, you know, next time and I'll be like, yeah, no, it's winter out there again. So we'll see. We'll see, but fingers crossed that spring is around the corner for everyone. You had 5 centimeters of snow on Tuesday? Fuck. God damn it, Mother Nature, can you just leave us alone? For the love of God. TS has been following me for 7 years, 11 months, 19 days, 6 hours, 11 minutes, and 13 seconds. Holy shit, TS. TS is also one of the OGs, man. That is honestly very impressive. Riz says, also, I just watched my friend finish Cold Steel 3, and she is not doing well as expected. Yeah, Cold Steel 3, ends on quite the cliffhanger. I mean, I gotta be honest. It feels like, well, no, Cold Steel 2 didn't really... No, it did end on a cliffhanger, though. It feels like all the Cold Steel games ended on cliffhanger. The first one was a huge cliffhanger. The second one was kind of a cliffhanger. The third one was a huge cliffhanger. So, yeah, no, those games really like to make you work for it. I was actually just saying to Euro earlier, Riz, that I'm about to start Tales Through Daybreak, which I'm very excited about. That's the next game on my docket. Hi, Kirky. Good evening. How was your day? It looked like you had so much fun. Kirky was out enjoying the spring weather that appears to have arrived in the United Kingdom. It looked like you had a beautiful day out there fishing and seeing the duckies and whatnot. TS says we also had a blanket of snow both on Thursday and Friday. Winter's overstaying its welcome. Yeah, after March 31st, winter needs to GTFO. Like, and I know it's different for everyone, but I feel like for most people in the Northern Hemisphere, we've been dealing with winter since November. So November, December, January, February, March. We've had 5 full months of winter. It just needs to go away now. I'm over it. I'm done. As soon as April 1st ticks on that calendar, I don't want to see a speck of snow. But alas, that is unfortunately not the reality most of the times. That is a hope, not a promise. Bronny says, I think we had our one day of summer today. It was 18 degrees in the sun. Wow, that is a beautiful day over in the UK. I gotta get me over to the UK. It was great, thanks. I had sheep, lambs, and ducks. Literally perfect day. I love it. All I've got is an ogre here. Why are you keeping this poor lady captive?
Because they attacked me.
This little lady attacked you?
Now, you and I
seriously?
must talk.
Bud?
If you care for her life, we must talk.
What do you want?
Because I need someone to listen. To simply listen before they lash out at me with fury and hate.
A creature wounded.
Well, now I feel kind of bad. He just needs a friend? I mean, he's not going about it the right way with, you know, kidnapping and whatnot, but... Okay, if you just need a friend, I'm willing to talk.
Will you listen?
Absolutely, I will.
I am ill. I am dying. But I am not beyond hope. Not if I can get a cure for my molder lung in time.
Molder lung. It's a devastating fungal disease that constricts and eventually closes the airways of the victim's lungs. That sounds like a awful way to die. Holy shit, can you imagine your lungs just slowly close? I guess it's like having an asthma attack. A long, drawn-out asthma attack, but Sounds like a very painful way. You know what? Like, I can't even... yes, I will help you. You actually seem reasonable enough, even though you're making pretty poor decisions. And again, seems like a terrible way to die. He's Arthur Morgan. He has TB. No, I can't go through that again. I can't go through that. I will help you, Grakor.
You will. I am glad that...
Just tell me what you need.
I apologize. My breath left me. Galawain said the caravan carried a book. One with a recipe that should cure my condition. Bring me the cure. When you do, I shall let Galawain go free.
I mean, I gotta be honest, I don't love how you're going to, you know, hold her kidnapped, hold her prisoner until I get your recipe book. But at the same time, I understand you're desperate, and let's just try to help everyone here. I'll go look for the recipe, have no fear.
Thank you, traveler. The caravan is northeast of here. You may speak to Galawain too if she can be of any use. We will be here waiting.
Okay, guess we got a new quest. Hey, Galawain, you doing alright?
Please hurry. Just find whatever he needs and get me out of here.
Do you know where the recipe for the cure is?
It'd be somewhere among the carts. Yes, somewhere among the carts, if it's still there at all.
Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Okay, guess we need to pivot from what we were doing, because this seems a little bit more pressing. Let's go see if we can find this caravan. Before we do, though, looks like Mr. Ogre has quite the setup in here. He's even got a novel. Yeah, I mean, it seems like the common conception is that ogres are, you know, pretty wild, not very civilized, but this guy's kind of proven me wrong here. Are we gonna steal everything in his locked chest? Of course we are, but at the same time, we are gonna appreciate that stereotypes are just that, stereotypes. Don't judge a book by its cover. Oh, damn, hi. How long have you been here? Oh, that one doesn't have a head. Oh, maybe I spoke too soon about how civilized Mr. Ogre is. Because there are a lot of dead bodies. Oh, yeah, no, okay. Okay. I mean, if anything, I guess this means we do have to take his threats seriously, because he will definitely eat that poor dwarf if we don't come back with the cure. What are you eating right now? Oh, where did you get that meat? You know, okay, I'm not gonna ask any questions. Let's go find this caravan. Always judge a book by its cover, but then read the synopsis. Is that the garden, do you think, guys? That's pretty cool. I think that might be what we're looking for. Okay, we'll get to that in a minute. First, the caravan should be around here, yes.
More wrecked wagons than intact ones out here in the Tusks.
It's a bunch of Adirans. What the hell were they doing all the way up here? You know? Had a lot of good stuff. Aha! Common ailments among the denizens of Galawain's Tusks. Chapter 6, Moulderlung. Moulderlung is found among creatures that live in the north. This pernicious disease dramatically reduces one's capacity to draw breath, leading to increased fatigue, weakness, and ultimately to death. Fortunately, a cure can be devised by utilizing the proper local ingredients. One is an anti-mycotic highland moss, found throughout the region, particularly in the southeast of Galawain's Tusks. It grows on rocks above the ground amongst the roots of red leafy trees. 2. Calcified beetle nest. Formed at the base of fire beetle nests, older pieces of nest will be compressed and over time absorb some of the minerals from the rocks they inhabit. And 3, jar of gunpowder snuff, a volatile inhalant that opens the lungs to receive the other medicines. Okay. So I guess now we gotta go get all that stuff. First up, we're gonna need to look for, well, I guess it doesn't matter what order we do these things in. We're looking for red trees. We're also looking for calcified beetle nests, and I see a beetle right here, so you'd have to hope. Maybe that'll bring us in the right direction.
One for you!
Tiff actively aggroing half the map. Well, I didn't realize there were so many enemies over here, to be honest with you. I was just looking for the calcified beetle nest or whatever, and well, there's a lot of other crap waiting around the corner. But that's okay. Just means more experience points and loot for us, right? When in doubt, kill everything that breathes. Exactly. Oh, another part of today I forgot to mention. There's a dog-friendly cafe by the lake for fishing, and I was served by a Buns look-alike. Okay, first of all, that's a very niche reference to anyone who wasn't here during our Life is Strange playthrough. Second of all, love that for you for so many reasons. A, we love buns. B, we love dogs. Alright, here's the calcified fire beetle nest, so I was right to come over here. That's exactly what we need. Now, we're looking for a red tree, and then where was the last thing? I can't remember. It didn't even say. A jar of gunpowder snuff. Inhaled through the nose, this potent narcotic produces an intense surge of focus and euphoria. Where the hell am I gonna find that? I mean, it's a narcotic, so presumably I'm gonna have to find, like, a drug dealer. But okay, I guess we'll, first we'll look for the red tree. I mean, there's some houses over here. Maybe people live in them? I don't know. This whole area looks like so desolate and abandoned. I don't know that anyone lives here. Dead bodies on the side of the road? Salt Flat Farms. Yeah, it's full of skeletons, so presumably there's not many people here who might be able to sell us drugs. Unless the undead are into the narcotics game. Okay, Skelly's down.
We make a good squad.
We do make a good squad. Mold-crusted journal. Yum. Most of the writing in this old journal is faded beyond legibility or overgrown by mold. Yum! What little can be deciphered tells the sad story of a farmer's failed attempts at cultivating the land. Though prospects seemed good at first, what little value the land had quickly dried up. After months of failure, the farm was abandoned, its owner deciding to leave Galawain's Tusks for more fertile land. It kills me to leave, but I can't stay when even the food's left the Tusks. I mean, I gotta be honest, I look at this area and the last thing I think of is, this would be a great place for a farm. So I cannot blame him for leaving. Over there, looks like maybe the keep, Solace Keep that we've heard so much about. So definitely have to go check that place out eventually. Can we get inside the farmhouse? Hey Muffin, how are you? Yes, we are on a Korok seed break. We haven't played Breath of the Wild in a little bit, actually, because we've been busy playing some other games. As you can see, we're playing Avowed right now, which is a new RPG from Obsidian, which I've been absolutely loving. But once we're finished up with this, we'll probably get back to some more Korok hunting. Hope you've been doing well. It's good to see you. Post-death Walter White. That's who we're looking for, honestly. If we could find a post-death Walter White, it would really help us out. Okay. Looking for drug dealers and or red trees. Oh, are those red trees over there? Yeah, they look kind of red. It's hard to tell with the sort of dusk coloring of the sky, but I think these are red trees over here. Let's see. Green trees, yes. Oh yeah, these are red trees. Okay. I think we should be able to find this moss that we're looking for around here. And then all that'll be left is the drug dealer. Alright, red trees. Now we gotta look for the moss. Aha! Beautiful! Okay, so all we have left now is the snuff. Are the drugs magic? Honestly, not sure. Unsure. All we really know about the drugs are their name. The gunpowder snuff, which is apparently a narcotic. We know nothing about how it is produced, if it has any magical properties. Or who would maybe go about selling it to us. Okay, so if we look on the map, yeah, it gives us this giant circle, basically, to look. So that isn't very helpful on narrowing down where we need to look. But let's look up over this way, because we haven't been over here yet. Looks like this might be like a little guard post of some sorts. Maybe drug dealers there. Making some money on the side, you know? Southern Warden Tower.
Radut, be reasonable. We can't live out here like this.
Listen, we're besieged by Mali and her outsiders. Lorraine still begs me to search for the missing Adir and merchant convoy, but we're stretched too thin even for that. I only ask you to hold on a bit longer until our replacement comes.
I will try. But this can't last.
Hi, do either of you sell drugs?
Another Adiran. Damned if I ever saw the like. So you're the envoy they reported at the gate. I heard your kit blew an old ruin to bits. I don't have to worry about you smuggling cannons into the Tusks, do I?
Nope. You've nothing to fear from me. The ruins were destroyed to slow the Dream Scourge, not for conquest.
Were they? We had not heard that part. But we don't hear much here. All the same, I believe you. The sentries were right about you.
Hey, Jazzy! This is not Schedule 1. Look, everyone's playing Schedule 1 right now, so I'm trying to do the same here in Avowed. I'm desperate for a drug dealer. We might have to make our own yet.
Here we go.
Hey, Jazzy, how are you doing today? Happy Saturday. So good to see everyone. Thank you so much for stopping by.
So Nimdudes like you would ask dumb questions.
Well, good to see you alive, regardless. You know what? I'm going to treat this as a good omen. Nandru himself knows we need one out here.
Why is that? Are things not looking too good for you in the Tusks?
Good. Take a look around. The Tusks never offered us much, and that was before the Beatles rose in their numbers. Never mind the Zorips, or the Dream Scourge, or fucking Amalia.
Amalia? Who's that?
The worst of them all is what she is. We can handle vermin, but to face one of your own. She and I used to command this tower in turn. I and my wardens kept watch while she and hers rested in the keep. And so too the reverse. Until her last watch, that is. When she and her wardens abandoned their post and marched on the gate and tried to leave.
Interesting. Why did they do that?
Because life in the tower is torture. We're low on supplies. The Waste are winning against us. They had made a request to the keep for aid. After it was denied, her wardens spoke of mutiny. And after that, well, fighting broke out at the gate. My wardens and I rushed from our leave when we heard the alarms. Drove Amalia back. Now she set up camps in the wastes. Main one is just up north in the Twined Wood. Another's just west of there, in a tower. Another east, in a cave.
It sounds like she just wants to leave.
She's broken her oath, and I'm trying to find a way to uphold mine.
I mean, some oaths only pledge us to tragedy. Certainly you can see this. She was here and literally starving to death. She wanted to leave.
I don't expect an outlander to understand, even if you do look like Nandro.
Hang on, what?
We have a duty to watch over the garden, and our oaths are mortal matters.
Oaths and traditions should serve the living. If Amalia's struggling here, why shouldn't she leave?
Traditionally, if a warden's oath is unfulfilled, their spirit lingers until another warden sees it completed. Or so they say.
So it is. And if one of our own breaks an oath, well, I'd
a
be
cinnamon
breaking
bun?
another oath if I speak much
And
more
a cupcake?
Amalia's. But you get the idea.
A double header! Wow, talk about the ultimate delivery. Thank you very much. I would love my tea warmed. God, the service I get around here. Absolutely fantastic. Alana and cinnamon buns? I know. So what Warden Radut just said there is very interesting. We already learned something very interesting earlier when we learned that Solace Keep was built as a way to protect the garden. And then we learned that Nandru was the revered founder of Solace Keep. I just assumed that they were a dwarf. But the warden just mentioned that I apparently look like Nandru, which means Asapadal Godlike set this all up hundreds of years ago to protect the garden. That's actually a very interesting bit of information we just picked up there from him. Hey, Beast. Everyone says hi, Lana. TS, Bronny, Kirky. Have you been to the garden? Not yet. That's our ultimate objective. That's the reason we've come to this location in the first place, is we're trying to track down the location of the garden. And it seems like we're on the right track, because a lot of the lore of this area surrounds the garden. B said, I said hi too, just in my own special way. B said, Alana and buns and Alana's buns? They're all here.
I wobbled my buns away.
She said, in case you couldn't see, she wobbled her buns away. Thank you. All right, nothing better than snacks. Excellent. Chill out. Sounds good. All right. Can't you talk to her? Is there no other way to resolve this?
All I want is peace with her. But our talks, such as they were, have totally broken down. Whenever I approach, she just tells me to stay away from the land beneath her banners. And after her raid, after our skirmishes, I don't see how we can talk anymore. But would you be willing to talk to her? You are an envoy, after all. I'm sure you've diffused more complicated situations.
All right, what terms will you accept from her?
I have no demands except that she stops attacking us for treading near her camps. But she says she won't stop until they can all leave. And I can't grant her passage out of the Tusks. She has no duty out there. Nor can I grant her one. I don't know how to break the stalemate. But I'll quit talking your ear off. Thank you for indulging me. If you see Amalia or any of her camps, I hope you can get through to them.
Okay, well, we came here for a drug deal.
But this goes too far.
Ended up somehow getting roped into the Pargrunan politics of the area. And now have a new quest. But anyway, back to what we were originally here for. Stockkeeper Eberk, do you sell drugs on the side?
If you're buying, I'm selling.
I'm here to look to buy something very, very specific. Ooh, you have a treasure map. Okay, hang on, I want this though. Treasure map, my loyal shield. Many a time have I carried this shield into war, and what has it gotten me? I've survived to see no good come of my work. None of the prosperity I myself vowed would come ever did. No peace, only more war, so be it. The next time I go to battle, it will be without my loyal protector. Let it serve another. Okay, so it's at the base of a rock formation that has a tower at the top. At the base is actually a little cave, and inside the cave is where the shield is. Noted. Take a little mental snapshot of this landscape, so if we come across it while we're exploring, we can stop in. To every NPC, so, drugs? That's literally gonna be me. Okay, while we're here, we're gonna buy all the lockpicks, all the health potions, all the essence potions. And then... I'm actually selling a bunch of stuff. We've got some stuff we can sell as well. We can sell that, we can sell that, that. No drugs though, so we'll have to keep looking. We're looking for a 50-something-year-old bald chemist, possibly wearing a porky hat or a fedora. Sky Mother's Embrace, what is that? It's a unique medium armor, and it looks really cool. It's like a mail. It gives you plus 3% damage reduction and plus 20% movement speed. It costs a hell of a lot of money. And then there's also a really cool wand here, which would be a huge upgrade for us. Wait a minute. Cruel Command. It's a one-handed ranged weapon. Power attacks deal plus 75% stun to enemies with full health, and hits deal plus 10% fire damage. One of the two legendary armaments favored by Phaesa Adaris, a fire godlike arcane knight of the Steel Garrote from centuries past. This wand, made by her hand, was imbued with some of her own divine fire to bring the searing justice of the burned queen to oathbreakers and heretics alike. Phaesa was said to have a uniquely terrifying presence about her, able to end a fight before it began, with naught but a spoken command, as her enemies found themselves rooted in place through sheer terror. Those of strong enough will to resist would find themselves on the receiving end of cruel command with two choices: cower and submit, or be reduced to ash. Damn! TS is, how fitting would it be to strike down Ludwin with this? Literally, because apparently it was wielded by, like, the ancient Ludwin, who was a mage. It is extremely expensive, but... we actually almost have enough. It's 58,500 and we've got 55,723. Let's see if we can make up the difference here. I think I want that one. As much as the Minolata's conduit has done us well, the Cruel Command is a huge upgrade. So actually, if I just sell my current wand, then we can buy the new one. Basically a swap, plus, you know, 55 grand. Hell yeah, that's huge! The Cruel Command. Sell Marius. Also, look at it. Do you see at the end of the wand? That's actually a little bit creepy. It's a tiny fist. It's also on fire, which is cool. Oh yeah, look, it's like a little hand. It reminds me of like the little hands that you can use to like pick stuff up. That's actually kind of creepy. Wow, okay. My new wand has a tiny fist. So to make the most out of this wand, we need to make sure that when we start our battles, I start them off with that, a power attack. Because power attacks against undamaged enemies do extra. So we need to start off with a power attack and then go from there. Wow, we didn't get drugs, but we got the next best thing. Fisting Ludwin with it. I'm joking. It's also on the table. Yes, Yes, it is. Alright, while we're here,
There's been more bandits seen in
so we'll come up and see if there's anything
I heard that too.
upstairs for us.
Says he has it under control.
Well, this all worked out. We ended up getting some valuable information. Ooh. The drugs! No way! They were just lying here? I was just about to say, this actually ended up being a valuable stop because we got a new quest, information, and a new wand, but we'll keep looking for the drugs. But nope, if you come upstairs, we also got the drugs. This place was a one-stop shop. Finders keepers indeed. See, I knew there'd be drugs here in this barracks, because what else do the soldiers have to do in this land but drugs? Amazing. Okay, so we have everything that we need now for our ogre friend. There's also a lot of random stuff up here that we can take. I was trying to think of a more eloquent word, but I figured take will do the trick. I mean, hey, I just spent 55 grand at the store downstairs. That should make up for all the stuff I'm stealing up here. Loot goblin their stuff and then sell it back to them. The backbone of the Avowed economy. Yeah, honestly, I'm probably gonna do that, believe it or not. We get a great view up here. We got the volcano. Solace Keep, and what I can only presume is the garden. Alright, now the question is, if I jump off here, is this gonna break my legs? It did more than that. It sent me into the beyond, actually. Oopsie. Well. Live and you learn, right? But yeah, it didn't just break my legs. Let's see where we load in. Hopefully we just load back in right there. Yeah, we do. Nice. Okay. That broke your legs and your pride. Nah, no one saw it. My pride's still intact. Alright, let's sell back the stuff that we stole. Oh, and while we're here, I can also show him the star medal. I've been told I might find a smith that can work this somewhere here.
I'm not quite sure what you're holding there. But if anyone can help you, it's Forge Master Della. You can find them in the forge in Solace Keep, if they'll let you inside.
Don't worry about that. We have our ways.
Oh, not my problem either way. Did you want to buy anything?
I wanted to sell something, actually.
Right.
Wanted to sell all the stuff I just stole from you. Okay. Marius is gonna make you scale the fucking walls or crawl through the sewers. One or the other. Yeah, that would be kind of his MO, huh? Alright, now let's go meet up with our ogre friend and let him know that we have not only the recipe for the cure, but we have all the required ingredients to make said cure as well. Oh, before we go anywhere...
Where are they? They should have been back by now.
Where are you? What's going on?
Be careful, traveler. The Tusks are friends to no one. Should you need help, I'm happy to lend it. Are you by Nandru? Are you the Adiran envoy? I think I know already, but what brings you out here to the Tusks? Our garden, the one across the Sea of Acid? That's not what I was expecting. I would have bet good coin that you were here on a trade mission.
We're gathering so much information just from speaking to these people. So the garden is not only protected by Solace Keep and the dwarves, it's also situated in a sea of acid? That's gonna make it difficult to access. Okay, what made you think I was here on a trade mission?
Wait, you mean you don't know? We let an Adiran caravan through a few days ago. First caravan we ever let through from
Yeah, they didn't make it, unfortunately. We found that caravan.
Nothing like it. They had so many wonderful things. Food, linens, medicine. They had a letter from your ambassador in
Oh,
Paradise,
interesting.
too.
Sounds like the one the ogre... Actually, never mind.
And when I saw you, well, you get the idea. Wishful thinking on my part. Gods, I'd love to see them roll by again.
Would you like Solace to start trading?
I would. It might make the Tusks bearable again, and we have a lot to give, you know. Rare ore, incredible metalworks. You wouldn't believe what we could do if we weren't fighting just to survive.
So this was apparently the first caravan ever, as in from anywhere at any time?
Yes, our laws have always forbidden trade. Still do, technically.
Interesting.
But the keep is split on that, and we needed the supplies, so we made an allowance.
You said the caravan had a letter from the ambassador?
Yes, just a few nice words about wanting to reach out to us, wanting to offer us nice meats and soft fabrics.
Better his letter than Ludwine's.
Anyway.
Truly. Look, I know you're really excited about it, and I am too. I'm so glad you guys are finally opening up a little bit and allowing trade. However, there's something you should know about the caravan.
What's that?
We found that caravan not long ago. It was completely destroyed.
What? What happened?
How many followers do you have? So we have 4 followers, but only 2 can follow you at a time. So you've probably seen them chip in the conversation here. We've got Kai and Marius, and then we've got 2 female followers as well. So 4 total followers, and you can choose to be in your party at a time. And I see your other question. For the most part, I steer the conversations, but as you can see, they do sort of chip in every now and then with their thoughts. I'm going to put this as politically correct as I can because I don't actually know who started it. There was an altercation with an ogre which destroyed the convoy.
An ogre? Gilleen, dear gods, what happened to Gilleen? There was a dwarven woman. Do you know if she...
Breathe. The ogre took her alive and we're going to get her back safe.
Okay, just please, Envoy, go and do whatever you have to do to save her.
Don't worry, I'll make sure she's safe.
Thank you. If I can help, just let me know.
Don't worry, I have it covered.
All right, I trust you. Just hurry, Envoy, please.
It's actually fitting because we're actually going right back to see the ogre right now, so good thing we bumped into her when we did. Hi Tayo, how are you? Happy Saturday. Good to see you. Hope you're having a good weekend so far. Happy Saturday. We're here playing some Avowed. We just entered this brand new volcanic region of Galawain's Tusks and are doing some side quests. Side quest number 1 is to help out this ogre who's dying from some sort of lung disease and who has unfortunately taken a dwarf as a hostage until we help him. What do we have here? Bill of goods sold to the wardens. Oh, this would have given us a hint as to where we could have found the drugs, the gunpowder snuff. Apparently they sold all the gunpowder snuff to the Warden Tower. But luckily we found it. Wait, are the drugs for the ogre? Yes, so we met, as you can see, this is the destroyed caravan. And just past here, there's an ogre. He's taken one of the people in the caravan prisoner to try to, because he was basically blackmailing them into helping him. He has been inflicted with this rare lung disease. We came across the ogre and he said he'll let the dwarven woman go if we help him. So we found the recipe for the cure, and one of the cure components was the narcotics, actually. So there were 3 different things we had to find. We found them all. So now hopefully we'll go give them to the ogre. That'll cure his disease, and then he can let the poor dwarven woman go.
So you've come back. Have you brought what I require?
Yes, I found everything needed for the cure. Here.
Yes. I can work with all of this. Thank you, traveler. 1,000 times thank you. And you, dwarf, you may go. I free you of this place.
Thank you. I'm going back to the Warden Tower. Maybe I'll see you there.
I'm sure Warden Lorray will be delighted to see you again.
Lorray? At the tower? Huh. It'll be good to see a friendly face. I'm going now. Be well now. Both of you.
Thank you, Galawain. It is more, perhaps, than I deserve. I bid you leave me to my rest now, traveler. Allow me to gather my strength again in peace.
Vala could have learned a thing or two from this guy.
Hey, completing that quest got us to level 22. Also, I love how Galawain has decided not to leave. She's like, on second thought, I like it here, it's cozy. Muffin says, did not expect the ogre to have that haircut. I said that earlier, actually. When you think of an ogre, you think of a very wild, untamed beast. But he actually is very well groomed. His hairstyle, his mustache. I don't necessarily approve of his methods, kidnapping someone to get a cure, but I mean, I get it. He was dying. Desperate times call for desperate measures, and he did let her go, even though she's not going anywhere. She's free to leave by the sounds of it, so... There you have it. All's well that ends well. Now, I want to continue this way so we can get closer to what I can only presume is the garden. You can see those colors back there. From what we just recently learned, though, I don't think it's going to be as easy as just walking there, because apparently it's surrounded by an acid sea. You know, as if this place wasn't dangerous enough with the active volcano just over there. We've also got an acid sea over this way, so... should be interesting. Oh yeah, I see a sea. And it does not look friendly. Damn. Okay, there are some ruins over here as well. Did everyone else in the caravan die? It looks like it. Again, I don't know who started the fight. I don't know if they saw the ogre and attacked first, or if he saw them and attacked, but...
Is that a steel garrote camp up ahead? That's not good at all.
They are all dead. Now, the steel garrote beat us here? What the fuck? I didn't think...
Over here.
They knew where to go, because they don't have the map.
As I live and breathe. The Honorable Envoy. Ludwine speaks well of you.
That's nice.
If you're looking for the Inquisitor, she's hunting a lead to the garden through its twisted silver roots.
Does that lead have anything to do with the tower behind you?
The tower calls, and it turns, and it calls, but for the roots we go, if not for the roots. The roots say your name, Envoy. They say you told them to do it.
What? Hey, are you okay there?
I feel... I can't think straight. Body's full of roots.
He's got the dream scourge, yeah.
You did this, didn't you?
Damn.
The roots try to choke the steel garrote, and we will strangle them in return. Cut them, bleed them.
Careful. That's dream scourge talk right there.
Yep. Can we try to talk about this? I mean, it's hard to speak diplomatically with the steel garrote at the best of times. It's hard to have a rational conversation with them when they're healthy. I can only imagine how hard it's going to be to try to speak to him when he is suffering from the dream scourge, but I mean, we gotta try. Can we talk about this?
No talk for traitors. Only fire for the roots. Burn them. Burn every one of them. Die as the roots die. Die, traitor! Lay yourself down.
Well, it was worth a try. And now we've got to fight the entire steel garrote camp. Excellent. Fantastic. Alright. This is good. This is good. Luckily, my new wand does insane damage. This was totally worth the purchase. If I had any doubts as to how much money I dropped on this little wand, they have all been dispelled in this battle. We are just absolutely shredding them. Absolutely shredding them. Alright, is that it?
Another glorious battle.
I mean, I don't know if I'd use the word glorious, but we won, so that's good. And I guess that means Ludwin is in there. They're trying to find some way in this tower to get across to the garden. So we're gonna have to go in there and see if we can get it first. Hey, Rector, yes, my wand does have a little fist on the end, just in case, you know, good old fireballs don't work. We've got plan B. Fisting. We literally just bought this wand, so I was in the shop menu and I looked at the wand, and you don't get to see what the equipment looks like. You know, I'm just looking at the stats. And I'm like, holy shit, this wand is amazing. So we spent literally all of my money to get this new wand. And I should preface by saying I don't regret it. The new wand is awesome. But it wasn't until I equipped it and took it out that I was like, oh, that's an interesting design. It reminds me of one of those little like claw grabber things that you'd get at the dollar store and you were a kid and you just pick everything up with it. It's exactly what my wand looks like, and it's honestly freaking hilarious. Just itching for a fistin'. That's my new tagline when I go up against enemies. I pull out my wand and say, "Who's itching for a fistin'?" And then I cast Fireball. The added dodge distance seems to work well. Agreed, it does. It allows me to get a lot of space between myself and people who want to kill me, so that's always good. Alright, luckily those roots actually dissipated as we approached, which is a good sign.
Let's look around. Maybe there's something in here.
I don't see Ludwin though.
Close. Break the bars.
But it appears we are in the right area. I guess Ludwin couldn't get through the roots like we did, so she must be like down underneath or something.
You sure do know how to show us the sights, envoy.
Yeah, this is pretty freaking cool, isn't it?
And disturbing to look at. It'd be breathtaking.
Sometimes the most breathtaking sights are deadly and disturbing, you know? So it looks like at some point in times past, there was a bridge that led from here right out to the garden. Obviously, that's not usable anymore. What do we have here? Nandru's journal. Interesting. There are precious few legible entries in this journal, which was written centuries ago by a leader of the Pardrunan named Nandru, who commanded the dwarves to build a permanent home in Galawain's Tusks. Most of what survives details either the minutiae between the construction of Solace Keep or the relationships between the dwarves that followed Nandru's lead. There is one entry of particular note. The godless bridge has fallen. Perhaps that is for the best. I have found another path to the garden, one better suited to conceal its secrets from the intrusive and the foolhardy.
So the bridge is gone, but there's another way into the garden?
Apparently.
If there's another way, I'm not seeing it from here. And I've never seen a ship that would survive the acid sea.
Any ideas, Marius?
Nandru was the founder of Solace Keep. If anyone knows more about him or the garden, it would be the Council of Solace. I can't make any promises, though. Like I said, they don't welcome outsiders, much less Adirans. Your godlike features will get you through the door, but that's all you'll get.
My godlike features? What do they have to do with this?
Nandru had the same stuff on his face. Like the two of you were made by the same sculptor. You'd be surprised how far a resemblance to Nandru will take you in Solace. Play your cards right, and it might get you through the door. Worth a shot, anyway.
I mean, I love how we live in a world of magic. Like, we've literally seen teleportation magic, ice magic, etc. And yet, for some reason, acid is what's really causing us to stop here. I mean, like Rector says, you couldn't just coat a ship hull in some sort of acid-proof magic or something? Or, yeah. Hey.
I forget how to play Stardew on my laptop.
I don't know if that picked up on the mic, so I will repeat it. Alana walks in holding her laptop in her hands and just stands there looking at me. And I look over and she goes, I forget how to play Stardew Valley on my laptop. What do you mean? You forget the controls?
No, I forget how to... Like, I need Steam or something?
Oh.
We factory reset my laptop, and now I don't remember how.
Hang on, guys. This is very important. So you have Stardew Valley on GOG, so you need to so just.
I knew it was something with a funny name, and I couldn't remember.
That is totally fine.
You can search here to see if I have it. I can't remember if I already.
You probably don't if you reset your laptop.
No, I haven't played it since the exam.
Yes, we'll just download GOG.
Sorry.
No, this is very important.
I decided I wanted to play Stardew for the first time in years this afternoon, but then I realized I don't know how.
I mean, honestly, I love that for you. It's always a good time for Stardew, especially on a Saturday afternoon.
TS.
Yeah, good idea, TS.
I don't like a messy desktop.
Well, you just put it over here with your folders. Me neither.
Try the second one.
Sorry?
Try
Like one of these.
So weird.
Okay. So then you just need to download the client, which... Let's see.
Reading all the things.
Let's be honest, everything else has to come to a halt when Stardew is on the line.
The funny thing is Tiff doesn't know how to use a Mac, so she's a little handicapped.
Yeah,
by clicks.
the best part is Alana brings me in a MacBook, and I feel like I'm a 75-year-old grandma trying to figure it out. I'm like,
She doesn't press the buttons, right?
Okay, well I got you here, so now you just need
where do
to
I go?
you need to go to GOG Galaxy. So if you go back to the
so
Google
it
page
was
where we're on, yeah,
2.0?
yep.
Full screen. You're so silly.
Download.
You made my thing a double click instead of a single click.
I don't know what I'm doing.
You made things better and worse.
So when you download that, then you'll just like have to set it up, log in with your username and password. Then it should show you the games in your account. You can then download Stardew Valley, and then you're good to go.
Thanks. Sorry.
That's okay. Happy to help. You do have a hole in your sock, yeah. Welcome. Have fun. Something that Tiff can teach Dr. Alana. Yeah, I know. It's few and far between, but I'm happy I can help. Tiff inadvertently sets up boot camp and makes it run Linux somehow. It's so crazy. Like, you know, I think I'm pretty good with technology. And then every time, you know, Alana needs help with something and she hands me her MacBook, I feel like an alien. I'm like, what is this? What I don't understand. Like, everything is opposite to Windows. And I'm pretty sure they did it just because they could. They were like, we're Mac. We're different. So, like, the buttons that you would expect to be on the right or on the left just because. And, like, it's just, everything is so backwards. And anyway, it's very funny. But hopefully she's all set up now and can play some Stardew Valley. Now, where were we? Let's, dialogue history. Let's catch up. Right, Nandru had the same stuff on his face. You'd be surprised how far a resemblance to Nandru will take you in Solace. Play your cards right and it might get you through the door. And we'll say whatever it takes.
Then let's head to Solace Keep. If we hurry, we can keep ahead of the Steel Garrote.
I too would feel like a drunken moose on ice if I was handed a Mac. That's honestly the perfect description to how I feel. Alright, it's a plan. Let's go.
Right. If we're going, let's go.
Alright, so we got this close to the garden. We can literally see it, but unfortunately the lake of acid is halting our progress. So we now need to go to Solace Keep, which is that big keep right over there, and speak to the Warden Council to see if they're privy to whatever this other entrance is to the garden. Now, we took out the bunch of steel garrote here. I don't see Ludwin, though. I mean, there's really no way she'd know it was us, and... I mean, look, even if she did, if she wants to get pissed about it, they literally attacked me first, so... That's it. We're doing all we can do, right? I'm an Apple connoisseur. Boots up iPod Classic. Takes out my first iPod Touch that had the, like, beer drinking game. Where you'd go, like... Do you guys remember that? Like, how novel the technology was back in, like, 2010? I remember getting my iPod Touch and installing the drink where you'd hold your iPod up like this, and you'd do this, and it looked like you were drinking, and it was the coolest thing. It was so dumb, but it was so cool. Alright, before we actually go up to Solace Keep, I want to do this other side quest that we picked up back at the Warden Tower. A group of wardens from Solace Keep, led by Amalia, made a bloody charge against the region's gates in an attempt to leave Galawain's Tusks, and now they have turned to banditry. Warden Radut at the Watchtower in Sallow Steppe asked us to parley with Amalia to try to peacefully resolve the situation. So that's what we're gonna do. Fruit Ninja, yeah, that's right. Loved me some Fruit Ninja. Oh yeah, the silly era of apps, simpler times. I do have an iPhone. It's the only piece of Apple technology I have. I grumble and groan at Macs and whatnot, but I have to admit I do really like my iPhone. So I'll give credit where credit is due. I feel like Apple has made a very, very good device in the iPhone. I am an iPhone slut. Alright, looks like Amalia's camp should be up this way somewhere. I have a feeling all this sort of like fungal features, for lack of a better word, aren't natural to this region. I mean, you don't normally see like these sorts of plants growing in an active volcanic region, which I think is just a sign that the Dream Scourge has made it to Galawain's Tusks. Here's the Outcasts' camp. The thing is I didn't really want to fight them if I didn't have to. I want to just try to go talk to Amalia, so... Let's see if I can just run past them and if they'll stop attacking me. This is how The Last of Us started, literally. So many times we see so much of this fungus type stuff and it reminds me of The Last of Us. Alright, this should be Amalia's camp.
Who goes there?
And there is Amalia, okay.
Wait. Marius.
Oh, Marius, you know her. That should help.
Don't walk. I lost that bet then. So you did find a way out.
Amalia, always a pleasure. Yeah, I found a way out, but here I am, right back here again.
You don't know how much that twists the knife. Here you are, back after your escape, while we're literally dying to get out. And you've brought in a dear and a friend. Who are you?
Well, that's another part of Marius' story that we couldn't really appreciate until we got to Galawain's Tusks ourselves. Marius is originally from this area and essentially ran away, which I thought, you know, it's one thing to run away from home, but I realize now how hard that actually was. They do not let anyone leave this area. If you're a dwarf from Solace Keep, you're a dwarf from Solace Keep for life. They don't even trade with anyone outside the Galawain's Tusks area. So Marius had to go through a lot to get out of here, which makes me appreciate and understand why he was so hesitant to come back here, you know? Hello, I have been sent by the tower to seek a parley with you.
Parley? Radut. First he refuses to let us leave the Tusks, and now he sends you. I won't talk. Not with you. I don't trust your lot, Adirin. Don't think I'm not wise to you and yours.
What are you talking about?
Go fuck yourself, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
I'll tell you the same thing I told Radut. These banners mark the dead dirt we claim as our own. And as long as these banners fly...
Parley's going well.
Our own. I have nothing to say to you.
Right to the fucking point. I guess, yeah, I get the message.
Good. Now get out of here before it gets ugly.
Okay. parlay failed. The fuck are we supposed to do now? So our options are to either just kill her or to take the banners right from her camps. Which I guess is what we're gonna have to do. I mean, I was hoping we could have maybe had a bit more of a fruitful conversation. I was hoping, you know, we could have been a bit more productive, but yeah, she got right to the point and made it very clear she had no interest in speaking to us. And so, now it's time for plan B. Oh wow, I missed. Holy shit, I missed again, bro!
Watch yourself.
I gotta work on my aiming. That was embarrassing. God damn. Maybe if we shove the banners up her, we can have a civil conversation. I've clearly got to work on my fisting skills because my aim is absolutely terrible. I have no idea what's going on, but I 10 out of 10 enjoy the combat light show. The combat in this game has been such a pleasant surprise. Like, oftentimes, combat isn't necessarily the best part of an RPG. You know, most times you play RPGs for the world building, the story, but the combat in this game has been genuinely very, very fun, especially as a wizard. I love the range of different spells that you have. I love that you feel a bit fluid in combat. It doesn't feel nearly as janky as, say, Skyrim's combat. It's really good.
This looks like a good way to get ourselves killed.
Have you even tried the melee since the tutorial? No, I picked up a wand and a spell book and I never looked back. It's all I want to do. Your previous wand had extended range. Are you sure you just weren't out of range there? Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. Maybe I've just got to get closer for fisting.
Quiet as the devil.
I guess maybe I shouldn't kill these guys, should I? I mean, it's too late now. They're on fire, but if I had my time back, maybe I wouldn't have killed them. Honestly, this is the first time in the entire game that I've done this. I have not reloaded a previous save at all in our 40 hours here in Avowed so far, but I think I misunderstood the quest objective a little bit. I think you have two options, either to take this violently or to just sneak in, steal the flags, come back, and then shove them in her face and be like, aha. And now that I sort of understand, I think I actually want to try this again, especially because we only just started. If we were like way in and something bad had happened, I wouldn't have reloaded. But the fact that we had just started, I hadn't even technically killed anyone yet. I'm gonna reload and we're gonna try to do this stealthily. I mean, God knows I'm absolutely terrible at stealth. So there is a high possibility we're gonna have to kill these dwarves anyway, but I'd at least like to give it a shot at trying to be a little stealthy. Oops, wrong button. Did I unequip my wand? Yeah, I did, okay. But yeah, we are pretty close to the volcano here, and you can see here, that is... They're building something on top of this mountain. The scaffolding's still there. It's like they're trying to do a Mount Rushmore of dwarves. That is an interesting face. Alright, let's see how stealthy we can be here. The issue is, we can't really get around the backside of the fortress because, you know, river of lava, so... Let's see. By the looks of the mini-map, there are a ton of dwarves at the top of that ladder. So I don't know if it's my smartest move to go up there, but at the same time, I don't know that we really have any other choice. Oh god! Oh, no! No! Come on, use your arms! Use your tiny fist! Holy crap! Oh no, I don't think they're gonna let me climb back up. We're stuck here forever. Okay, let's try to, like, Skyrim horse around the back. No, it didn't work! Okay. Lava, hot. Yeah, and I learned that the hard way, unfortunately. Well. Try that again. TLDR, don't go down by the lava. But on the bright side, I forgot we'd actually leveled up. We got to level 22 a while ago, and I haven't spent my ability point yet. So let's do that now. I want to put it in Blizzard. Note to self, walking on lava isn't ideal. See, I don't even want to go up there, because if you see, well, you guys can't really see, my face is actually kind of above my mini-map, but at the very top of this circle right here, you can see a cluster of icons, and that seems to indicate that right at the top of that ladder is a bunch of people. So, I have a feeling climbing up there is probably not going to be our best bet. Maybe we need to try to get around to the other side. What we can do in the meantime, though, is ruin the Zorip's day. Hell yeah, that was a good dodge right there. Honestly, these boots may have been the right idea, because I do feel like I use the extended dodge quite often. And we've been doing okay in terms of mana, so I haven't really been noticing any negatives, more so just positives, since we put on the new boots that we found. Alright. Murdered the Zorips. Stole their stuff. Holy shit, I just noticed how many health potions you have. Yeah, I have 64 health potions. I'm just good at not dying, okay? No, honestly, every time I go to a shop, I buy their entire stock of health and mana potions, so it's getting to the point where I've just got, like, a huge stockpile. Alright, so let's try going down the other side. Now, those are Zorips right there. Let's see if we can get around them. It's all in the boots, no healing needed when you can just slide. Okay, it doesn't look like we're gonna get around the Zorips, that's fine. Gotta go take down that High Priest. Holy shit! Kai, I need you to deal with him, please.
Look right. Next one's mine.
Beetles. Okay. One more. Nice. Okay. Twinedwood North Beacon. There's some dwarves here.
Stupid things our people ever did. Forja may strike us all down, but they'll keep carving that blasted thing forever.
What are you guys talking about?
Gods, look at that hideous thing. And I was already having a bad hunt today. That just makes it worse.
Another monument to Nandru. Just more proof Solis Keep doesn't know its own priorities.
Maybe they'll learn once the sculptors die of hunger trying to finish it.
Yeah, it does seem a little tone deaf to be building this right now, because apparently Solace Keep and all the dwarves in this region are suffering. Everyone is starving, there's no resources or food, and yet they're building this giant sculpture. Sounds like you're unimpressed with the sculpture of Nandru. What's the story there?
Only a story of waste and foolishness. All that time and labor could be spent on better things.
It's giving pyramid.
Right. What's the point of honoring Nandru when our people are dying?
Exactly.
We should be
Check out my iframes, motherfucker! Healy slides to dodge attacks. Oh yeah, these new boots are basically Avowed Heelys. Dodging is very important.
No,
like Rector says, healing, just don't get hit. Easy.
Duty out of these old traditions, and so we keep on ignoring what we dwarves actually need.
Yeah, it sounds like there's a lot of dwarves here in the region that are getting pretty fed up with their whole honor and duty thing. I mean, I gotta be honest with you, the sculpture does seem wasteful. I don't blame you for being frustrated. If they want to build a sculpture, can they at least wait until, like, everyone's fed?
I hope not. It's not just me. Many of us are also upset by this obsession with the past. Forget it. What's the point of talking Pargrunen business with an outlander?
I just agreed with you.
At the end of the day, we still need to hunt.
Why are you suddenly
whatever meat we can
acting
get.
like that? Alright, I'll go fuck myself, I guess. Anywho. Looks like we can approach from this side, so that's good. Judging by the quest marker, it seems like the flag we need to steal is, like, in the basement? It looks low down, so we'll see if we can get in around the back. First, though, we've got Zorips to deal with. Surprise, surprise. There's a lot of Zorips in this region. I guess it makes sense. Sort of this volcanic-type region would be hospitable to lizards. It's probably basically all you can find out here. All we've seen so far are Zorips, aka lizards, and giant beetles, so... in terms of hunting, I don't think there's a whole lot for them to hunt. Alright, we can't get in through the back, which means we need to go up this way. Which means I am gonna have to stealth. Which means, you know, pray for me. Like I said, this might have all just been a moot point.
A good way to get ourselves killed. Any chance we can sneak in through the back?
Well, that's what I wanted to do. Like I said, this whole thing might be a moot point. Like, I might have to kill everyone anyway, because I don't know if I can just sneak in, but I wanted to at least give it the old college try. But I don't see any way to sneak in from the back, Marius. That's what I tried to do before, and I burned to death. Now, if you look up there, there is a big-ass hole in the side of the tower. Oh, wait, and there's also, like, a little path right here. Kai, give me a boost. Oh, if we could get up there, we'd be freaking set. Hang on. Oh, yes! When in doubt, Skyrim horse it. Just run at the wall and keep spamming jump. Okay, there are traps. That's fine.
Not much of a guard presence over here. Just saying.
That's the way I like it. Parkour, parkour! But yeah, if we can steal these banners without any of the dwarves getting hurt, that would be best case scenario. Now, we are inside the tower. The quest marker's pointing me right there. But I don't... do you guys see a banner over there? Or is it just giving me, like, a general area? Maybe it is. Okay. Thank you, Todd Howard, for familiarizing us with the movement tech. I feel like if I was gonna plant a big-ass flag, I would plant it at the top of the tower. You know what I'm saying? So, like... the issue is I don't know... there's people right over there. Don't see me, don't see me. Yes! Yes, yes, yes! I'm a stealth master! Okay. I couldn't see anything due to that barrel of explosives next to the fire. Hashtag health and safety. Yeah, it seemed like some odd placement, that's for damn sure. Okay. Luckily, I don't think there's any guards up here. Aha!
They had to get the banner up there somehow. Let's keep looking.
Outcast banner. Boom! Okay, one down, one to go, and no one had to die. Perfect. So, the other camp is down there. Cave camp. Okay, I'm just gonna fast travel out of here because I don't want to try to stealth my way down through and risk getting caught. Imagine the look on Amalia's face when we show up with her 2 banners, just like, oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. And no one's gonna even know we took them because we were in and out stealthy, no one even died. We're just gonna show up, just drop them at her feet and be like, and you were saying? It's gonna be fantastic. Hey, bitch face, your banner. Your banner's bitchicle.
Arius wasn't joking about this place.
Wow.
That's all of them.
Bitchicle is the word of the day. But yeah, I gotta agree with Kai. Marius definitely wasn't over-exaggerating when he said this place was hostile. Between the lava, the acid rivers, the man-eating beetles and lizards, the political tension. It's not the most welcoming of places, that's for damn sure. Alright. The other camp should be just around here somewhere. Eye out for outcasts, but I don't actually see any. So far, so good. Oh! Oh, that's just a skeleton. Honestly, that's fine. If skeletons want to jump me, that's fine. No big deal. Where the hell did the skeletons come from? I don't know. Don't see any necromancers around here. Don't even see any graves around here, honestly. But it's fine. We're getting that sweet, sweet experience points, inching ever closer to level 23. And now, this looks like a good place to climb.
We could probably sneak through here and just grab the banner.
That's the plan, Marius. That is the plan, my man. We did it once, we can do it again. Oh, it's right there! Holy shit! Oh! You didn't see anything. You didn't see shit. It's right there. Just need to grab it. No. It's too far away. I can't grab it. What the hell? I have arms. Why can't I? No! Frick!
You're mine now.
Stop it! Don't fight them! We're gonna leave and we're gonna come back. Okay. I made a quick save just down there. It's right there, but for some reason I can't interact with it. That is like such a tease. It's literally like a carrot dangling on a stick in front of me. It's right there and I couldn't touch it, and the closer I got, the closer I was to drawing their attention.
Take a moment, people.
Maybe it's a bug?
We could probably sneak through here.
Yeah, maybe if we reload now, we might be alright. But it's literally right there.
Right behind you.
And you'd think I'd be able to just grab it right there. But I think I need to go down there and actually interact with the stick. Which is so frustrating because I have no idea how I'm going to get down there without being seen. There's a guy right there, which is our biggest problem. No, there's a guy there too. Oh, man. Fuck. I think I'm gonna have to jump down there, grab it, and then we quickly fast travel out. I don't even know how we're gonna get down there without being seen. Go. Yes. Got it. Got it, got it, got it, got it, got it. They all saw me, but can I still fast travel? No. Okay, what if we just run? Don't touch any of them, just run. It's okay if they see me, as long as we don't kill any of them. Yeah, we're good. Okay, so they saw me take that one, but it's fine. They couldn't touch me. I'm the gingerbread man. I just ran the fuck out of there, and now we're gonna go put these two banners right in Amelia's face. Yeah, that worked out. Okay. We took the first one unseen. We took the second one not unseen, but without any conflict.
What do you want?
Well, Amalia. Look at these.
Damn. The dream is over then. If we can't hold our banners, we've no hope of surviving the Tusks. At least not like this. Still, if you got those, and we still have Kith to tell the tale, then maybe you're not all bad. Maybe you can help.
Wow.
Let's talk inside.
She really changed her tune, didn't she? Dropping those banners at her feet made all the difference. Alright, so now you're ready to parlay, are you? After I went through all that fucking trouble to steal your banners.
Alright, I'll begin by thanking you. My wardens still live and breathe. I don't take that for granted.
That's kind of you to say. You're welcome.
Credit's all yours. Now, let's get to business. I'll be blunt. I don't know how my wardens and I can reconcile with Redoute or with the Keep. We spilled blood when we tried to leave Envoy, and we've spilled more hoping to hurt them enough to change their minds. Never mind our reasons for marching on the gate. That's not something that's forgiven.
It's never too late for us to reconcile with our people, and even if it is, we have to try.
I don't share your optimism. But I suppose it's try or die now. Still, I don't see how this resolves well. They'll never let us leave. Even if they forgive us, the evils that drove my wardens to the gates won't go away. I don't see how we're not fucked.
Well, let's talk about those problems. What exactly were they?
There's no food. The land itself is hostile, making life in the tower unbearable. Maybe it'd be easier if we had trade, but the Council refuses that. And even if they allowed it, our existence in the Keep is against our nature as Pargrunen. We're meant to roam. Nandru's oath forbids that, though. We're only born to die here as we watch over the garden. No one escapes. Not anymore, anyway. There were expeditions out, in the past. My father led one before I was born. Died on a hill I'll never see.
If your father died outside the Tusks, don't you have a duty to finish what he could not?
You mean How did I not? All this time, I...
You're free to go now, Amalia. Enjoy it.
Yes. Yes, I'll talk to my wardens. We'll ready our departure. Our leave won't be granted immediately, but that is a winning argument.
Happy for you, Amalia. Enjoy the freedom.
Take this. It'll open up the chest just to your right. I want you to have what's in there.
You mean the one that's sparkling gold that I've had my eye on this entire conversation?
The hair leaves
Thank you.
the burrow, a shift in the earthen plate. Free to wander.
That was some clever thinking. I'm starting to see why the Emperor made you his envoy.
I always love solving problems without having to resort to violence. I'm glad it all worked out. Now let's see what's in the chest. Berserker Scale, which is a unique medium armor. Berserkers are barbarians that give themselves over entirely to their rage, losing themselves in their frenzy. Unfortunately, it gives us additional damage reduction, but reduces our stamina and essence. So for our particular build, it's not necessarily any good to us. So what I'm going to do instead is actually break it down for upgrade components, and then we can actually upgrade our weapons. I'm actually going to break down all of our stuff. I've made my decision on the boots. I'm going to keep the Shadow Dancer's boots. And there we go. Yeah, well, that's the thing, is like, the struggle in this game is always between, do you want upgrade components or money? And once I've found like good armor and weapons that I feel like I'm going to be using for a while, then it seems to me that the upgrade materials are actually more valuable than the money. Like this new wand we have, I think it'll be more valuable to us to actually upgrade it rather than try to get money and try to buy a new one, you know? And so that's what I'm going to do there. Alright, let's actually fast travel back down to the South Warden Tower so we can let Radut know what happened. I want you to have what's in that chest. It's just a shitty drawing of a middle finger. Can you imagine? Thank you for the hydration, Bronny.
Hey.
But yeah. As like most things in this world, balance is key. Sometimes we sell things, sometimes we break them down for materials.
If you're buying, I'm selling.
I was just gonna see if I had... So some stuff can't be broken down into materials like these. Any gems are only used to sell, so we've got a bunch of different gems there that I wanted to sell to him. And now we can go in and speak to Radut. Oh, they're together. Hey, Gillian, you made it back.
Oh, you stopped by. It's so good to see you again.
Gillian, it's good to see you again, too.
Thank you. Gods, I'm glad to be out of that cave and, well, back to something normal. And Lorraine over there has really made me feel welcome. More than welcome, even.
Bow chicka wow wow.
She's keen on me. It's nice. After everything else.
Get it, girl. I wish you both happiness, however it works out.
Thanks. We'll see how it goes, I guess. Anyway, I should let you get back to it. I'll be here should you ever need me for any reason. Oh, and one thing before I forget. The wardens let me open shop. I don't have as much for sale as I like, but if you want to see what I've got, just ask.
I mean, as may as well, since I'm here. I don't have much money, but... Ooh. Ooh. A pearlescent icosahedral hellstone. It's a ring that grants +4 intellect. This faceted pebble circles the head of the wearer in a tight orbit. Oh, it's not even a ring. It's a tiara. +4 intellect is sick, because that'll replace this, which basically does really nothing. Garland of the Wild Groves. It was good in some areas, plus 30% resistance to poison accumulation. But if we can replace that with this, that is a huge upgrade. And it's actually only $3,000, which is like super affordable. Don't mind if I do. We're picking that up for sure. It's pronounced icosahedral, aka D20. Oh! There you go. You learn something new every day. That's sick. That's such a good upgrade. Thank you very much. Let's equip that right away. Boom. +4 intellect. That means now we have max intellect, actually. Wow. 15 is maxed. Oh, if that's the case... If that's the case... Because we already have 11 base intellect. I'm wondering, should I reset my skill points now? Because I don't need 11 base. This will give me +4, plus we get +2 from Yahtzee training, plus we get +2 from the Obscured's Vantage. So, if I actually reset my points here, which doesn't cost much, we only need to put 7 points intellect into intellect to get max. Now, if we ever take off this armor, then we can change things from there. Maybe we'll do 1 extra just in case we do need it. But yeah, we only need 8 into intellect to get max. I didn't realize 15 was your max. Okay. So, we'll put that in there. And then I want to put a bunch into might. Then perception. Yeah, I think I'll just put the rest. I mean, I don't want 0, I guess. We'll make sure we at least have 1 in everything. And then we'll put the rest into perception. I think this will be better for us. So we get plus 25% damage from our might. Basically nothing from constitution or dexterity. Plus 19% critical hit chance and plus 31% maximum range from our perception. Plus 50 maximum essence and plus 60% elemental resistance. And then basically nothing from resolve. I mean, I guess I could just... Yeah, I mean, we don't have enough points, but maybe the next few points we get, we could put them in perception. Or in dexterity, sorry. I guess we could take... Yeah, maybe we do that. Majority in intellect and might for damage. And then a little bit in dexterity and perception for attack speed, critical hit chance, and maximum range. Basically nothing in constitution. Well, actually nothing in constitution. We just get a +1 to base and just 1 in resolve. Magic to last until the heat death of the universe, but you can't run more than 100 yards without wheezing. It's all about the give and take, right? All right, cool. I think that's good for us. Nice. The nerd versus jock dichotomy.
Welcome back to the tower, envoy.
I met Amalia. We've come to an agreement.
I'm all ears, envoy.
She's leaving with her wardens to fulfill her father's duty.
Her father? That would get her out. Forgive me, envoy. No one's left the keep in...
Sometimes it's, looking at the fine print in the contract, if you will, to get you your exception.
No one's left in centuries. How many have wanted to? How many have died wanting to? Please, I'd like a moment alone now, if that's all right. We'll let them out when they're ready. It's just... a lot to reckon with. It's so strange to even think about this as a possible option.
I wonder if this will open the gate for others, so to speak.
It might. Alright, there we go. We actually got to level 23 for completing that quest, which will give us another ability point. I gotta be honest, I'm pretty happy with like our current loadout, so at this point I think I just want to maximize all the spells that we regularly use. So we'll put another one into Blizzard.
Hey, I might have something for you, envoy.
I've already spent so much money in your shop today, Ebert. You can't seriously want more. Alright, so I guess next we're going to head up to Solace Keep. We've been going for a little while, though, and I definitely want to keep going for a couple more hours. So how about we take this opportunity to have a little break? I'm going to go see if Alana got Stardew Valley working. Let's take 5, maybe 10 minutes to refill our waters, stretch, use the washroom, do all that good stuff, and then we'll come back for some more Avowed. right, everybody. Thank you so much for waiting. Hopefully you took that opportunity to keep yourself hydrated, as TS so perfectly put, which was not a suggestion. Move around, do your stretching, all that good stuff. Now let me just load up the game again. Hopefully it won't have any new shaders to compile. Hopefully we'll be just good to go here. Uh-oh. I say that, but hey, the bar's moving pretty quick. All right. We're good. I'm having so much fun. I really love Avowed. This is like genuinely, it's hard to say this because we're only 4 months into the year, but so far this is like probably my game of the year candidate. Obviously that's very much counting the vote before everyone has finished voting, but you know, early year contenders for game of the year, and Avowed is probably #1 on the list for me. I'm just absolutely loving it. It's the hottest day of the year and some fucking goon has their fireplace going. They're just trying to reach maximum coziness level, Bronny, okay? Don't judge the cold girlies out there, it happens to us. So, it looks like now we're gonna head up to Solace Keep. Before we go, though, I do actually want to rest. Because I want to upgrade our new weapons, and I also wouldn't mind just chatting with our companions and sort of getting their thoughts on everything that's happened so far since we've came up to this new region.
We're on the precipice of something magical. You can feel it, can't you? The garden is within our grasp. All we need now is the courage and wisdom to brave the unknown.
We've done it before, we'll do it again.
Your confidence is refreshing. I almost hate to ask, but are you afraid of what's to come? I'm not judging, just curious.
I'm worried that everything I know is about to be turned upside down, but, you know.
The bane of every academic. I believe, for the first time in ages, that I am not afraid. I used to care so much about discovery, invention, achievement. But deep down, I was afraid. Afraid that I wasn't living up to my potential.
I know that feeling.
Of course you do. What blade cuts deeper than having unachievable standards for yourself? Since we met, everything I believed has been proven wrong. That the island can be controlled. That I alone can fix it. Even my parents. Gods, they really had no idea what they were doing. Just like me.
They must have felt the same pressures that you did.
And look how that turned out. I'm so tired of being afraid. I need to accept my limitations or embrace them. Even if I'm wrong again, that's part of the journey. I have no idea where it leads. And for the first time, it's fine. Perfectly fine.
That is very mature of you, Giata. You know, that would have gotten you a standing ovation at Bragan Hill Academy.
Really? I wouldn't know what to do with that much encouragement. Glad I could get that off my chest. We have bigger problems to worry about, but I appreciate these little moments. You have an inquisitive mind. I respect that. If you ever feel your education is missing something, I'd be happy to teach you what I know. All you have to do is ask.
Appreciate that. What do you know about Galawain's Tusks?
I've heard the Wardens are very set in their ways. For better or worse. Usually the worse. Vidaro tried to form a trade agreement with the Council. Copper and glass in exchange for grain. But it went nowhere.
The Council wasn't interested in trade?
They weren't interested in outside help. The Wardens value self-reliance. Maybe because they have an inflated sense of their own importance. No offense, Marius.
No, you pretty much got it right.
They have a righteous duty to protect these lands, and believe that it can and should be done without the help of outsiders. It's a bit like shooting yourself in the foot because you don't trust anyone else to wield the gun.
You know, you offered to teach me. No time like the present, right? I'm ready to learn.
Excellent. The Imperial Court taught you well, but I suspect there were gaps in what they call an education. If there's anything you've been dying to learn from an animancer, now's the time.
Honestly, Giada, whatever you want to teach me, I leave it in your hands, because I'm sure you just have so much knowledge. I don't know that I can even just pick one thing.
Very well. Hold your questions to the end if you don't mind. Otherwise, I'll lose my train of thought. Now, let's begin. You drifted off for a moment. Were you paying attention?
I was hanging on your every word.
Really? What's the last thing I said?
Fuck. No, wait. Apparently Tallara was paying better attention than Tiff was, because, boop, I knew exactly what to say. Apparently, you were telling me about the fight that broke out during your thesis defense.
Oh, I stand corrected. Even if you had dozed off, no harm done.
And?
Besides, a little nap is good for the soul. I slept through my share of lectures, and look how I turned out. That's all I have to teach you for now. I'll chime in if anything else comes to mind.
Sounds good. How you holding up?
Well, my future is in shambles, and I have no idea what to do next.
Sounds like every millennial everywhere.
Down. Apart from that, fine. Truthfully, I'm a bit lost. Leaving Fior Messiverno was supposed to be liberating. We've seen and done incredible things, but I'm no closer to finishing my family's work.
Remind me what that was again?
Think of it like building a dam across the living lands, siphoning the energy of the dead to help the living. Of course, nothing is ever that simple. Through animancy, I can harness the wild essence of the living lands and put it to good use. But what if I tried, only to have it lash out and destroy me? I'd be no better off than my parents. The Dream Scourge is infecting our Adra, holding back my work. Until I understand it, until I can control it, I can't do anything. I'm useless. I'm nothing.
I mean, we did trace the Dream Scourge to the garden. Maybe you'll find answers there.
Let's hope we live long enough to see this garden of yours. Quilici always told me to slow down, to stop and appreciate the land I'm trying so hard to fix. But how can I slow down when I only have one lifetime to get this right? I'll find answers in the garden. For better or worse.
After everything we've seen, do you still want to be an Animancer?
The better question is, can I still be an Animancer? Could I even make a difference? By burning Fior Messiverno, the Steel Garrote declared that animancy is not welcome in the living lands. And then there's the Dream Scourge, unraveling civilization as we know it. I don't know where that leaves me. The work my parents started may have no end in sight. We don't even know if the living lands can be tamed politically, much less spiritually.
I thought animancy was all about discovery, even if the odds were against you.
All of my discoveries have led to dead ends. Where then do I turn? All I know for certain is that I've been going about this the wrong way. I should be an Animancer for the right reason. With the Dream Scourge, I haven't got one.
Then we'd better stop the Dream Scourge. Your work is too important.
At least someone thinks so. Thank you for believing in me. Whether or not I believe in myself.
Always. We're so close to the garden. Are you nervous?
Oh, yes. The little butterflies in my stomach are more restless than ever. When I joined you, I needed to put a stop to the Dream Scourge. So much has changed since then. There may be nothing for me in the garden. Nothing I haven't learned outside of it. But I still want to see it for myself.
Definitely. But you aren't tempted to collect a few samples and further some research while we're there?
Something tells me the garden would defy any attempt to measure it. One cannot catalog the impossible. On a journey such as this, it's better to cast aside your expectations. They can only weigh you down.
Fair enough, I guess. Bronny says these biscuits I got in the move around break are very themed for your playstyle. They're branded or named Hit. Some Saturday night biscuits? Sounds pretty good to me. Alright, that's enough for now. Get some rest. I want to try to get... Ooh, Giada's training gave me +1 intellect and +1 resolve. Let's go. That's actually sick. Now, as I was saying, I want to actually upgrade our equipment. So we can upgrade my armor to superb quality +3. We can upgrade my grimoire to superb quality +2. And now we can actually sort of rank up our ingredients here as well. So let's do that and see if we can get a couple more upgrades. Nope, we need more glasswood branches there. Okay, so that's all we can do for now, but that's good. We got an upgrade on the armor and the grimoire. And then we should be able to enchant our new wand as well. Yes, we can. So, we can add either Forced Obesience, power attacks deal plus 150% stun to enemies with full health, or Rewarding Disloyalty. Okay, definitely not that. I do not parry. I dodge, I don't parry. So Forced Obesience it is. Then that'll stack with Cower. No, that's an increase, basically, of the ability we have now. Cower before me is the ability we have now, which says that power attacks deal plus 75% stun to enemies with full health, so that'll increase it to 150% stun to enemies with full health, meaning I've got to remember to use that power attack at the beginning of combat, because that's a huge difference. Alright, so that is enchanted and leveled up.
Anyone else finding it hard to breathe?
Oh dear. Focus on something else, dear. Like how terrible the tusks smell.
I don't think I've ever parried in this. No, I haven't either. Just doesn't seem very viable when you just got a tiny little wand, you know? But I guess maybe it is. I don't know.
I'm alright. It's like I'm being chased by something I can't
Oh,
see.
poor Marius is literally having a panic attack.
The only thing chasing
That is so sad. Poor guy.
Oh, God. I'm the last person I'd want to be chased by.
You okay, buddy?
Envoy? Been thinking about Amalia a bit. You got yourself involved and found a way for her to leave the Tusks. I'm not sure you know what a huge favor that was. Solas's traditions exist for a reason. It's just not always a good reason.
I'm glad it all worked out.
Right. I just wanted to make sure you knew how big that was, in case she didn't thank you enough. Envoy? I'm not ready to go to Solace. Maybe there's another way. Maybe we can fashion some kind of flying boat?
You know, you knew where the garden was this whole time. All the Pargrunen know where the garden is. Why didn't you say something earlier? Instead, you just watched us go on this wild goose chase to find this map.
Fui tu meio, Envoy. I don't know. There's just so much.
You're really afraid of something out here. Maybe it would help if you talked about it.
Right. Maybe it would. Thanks, Envoy. I feel this fear inside. This heart pounding, can't breathe. It's like I'm dying every time. I've been bit by core vipers, fallen into old spike pits, drank cure water from a Zarep shaman. And it never felt like this. It's as if the thought of being here, of returning home, is the deadliest thing I can imagine. And it's getting worse.
Honestly, I'm pretty shocked about the whole thing. Like, as soon as you walk into the Galawain's Tusks region, it's like, boom, the garden is right there. Literally, apparently, the Pargrunen of Solace Keep, their entire life goal is to protect said garden. I just can't believe that it took us until now to figure this all out. Like, I understand that the Pargrunen of this region are very seclusive. They don't really like outsiders. They don't really allow outsiders. But how information of the garden hasn't become more widespread, I do not know. Because it's impossible to hide. The second you take one foot into this region, you're like, oh yeah, it's right there. You know what I mean? And yet all this time we've been going around in circles, going through a maze, what it feels like sometimes, just to figure out their location. And Marius is like, oh yeah, every dwarf knows that. It's over there. You know, which is like, it's just crazy. But anywho, panic attacks are a hell of an affliction. Oh, seriously, they are very serious. And I feel for Marius so much. I'm sorry you're dealing with all of this, but we have no choice.
I understand. Sometimes I just...
It's not like outside people haven't ever been here. We've seen their corpses. Yeah.
I'll do what I can. You can rely on me. There is something that's bothering me. Specifically, if you can spare a moment. Since we entered the Tusks, I've been getting these flashes of memory. Like there are answers in my head I can't get to. They seem to be about a village, somewhere north of Solace. Fear and sorrow, but also answers.
Interesting. I'd say, now remember, we learned that Marius is an orphan and he was taken in by Solace Keep. I have a feeling these are repressed memories coming back up to the surface, and this village is probably his hometown. Whatever happened to his parents probably happened there. Look, say no more, we'll find the village.
Thanks, Envoy. It might be nothing, but it'll be nice having backup whenever I go to find it. Anyway.
You spend half the entire time in the previous region telling Marius you're looking for the garden. Yeah, it's just like, it's so wild to me. And it's one thing if it's like, yeah, okay, all the dwarves know it, but it's like a well-kept secret. It's this, you know, hidden underground chamber that, you know, only the inner council of dwarves knows anything about. But like, no, it's right there. The second you walk in, you can't not see it. It's huge. It glows. Like... It's just crazy to me that A, he never said anything about it, and B, we have not been able to get any information about it from anyone else. Because, yeah, sure, this is a pretty secluded region. It's a pretty inhospitable region. They don't get many travelers, but, like, yeah, you can't help but see it, you know? He's an orphan with PTSD. Marius is the Mandalorian. If only he had a cute little Groot to carry around with him. Groot? Grogu. got my cute little G fantasy characters mixed up there. Well, seeing as we're talking about all this, let's talk some more about Galawain's Tusks.
What do you want to talk about?
What can you tell me about Solace and Galawain's Tusks?
This place was named after Galawain, but I always thought Magrin held more sway here. Lava, high temperatures, and a giant Bleste volcano in the middle of the region tell me the goddess of fire had something to do with it. Even Solace has the good sense to send a prayer or two Magrin's way. Hard not to when your home is surrounded by Magrin's fury, but sure, give Galawain the glory. Maybe that's why Magrin's so Bleste angry all the time.
Have you heard anything interesting out there?
There's a place in the southwest of the Tusks called the Slumbering Fields. It's full of dry brambles and plants with nasty thorns. There used to be an old Pargrunan aqueduct out there, but it hasn't been used for a long time. No one's sure why the water stopped flowing, but without it, we've been drinking subterranean runoff for ages.
Yum.
That's all I know, really.
So what you're saying is I should probably go investigate this aqueduct. Any tips for survival out here?
Let's see. First rule in Galawain's Tusks is to be grateful for every breath. The air itself is poisonous here, if you breathe enough of it.
Good.
Don't overexert yourself, and keep your heartbeat slow. A wet cloth over your mouth and nose will help. Remember that this place wants to kill you at all times. Act like your every step is putting you in danger. And make sure to clear your eyes, ears, and nose every now and then. Ash builds up faster than you'd expect. You know, if you're this interested in survival in the living lands, we can take this even further. You've done all right out here, but there's always more to know if you want to survive. So, what do you want to learn?
What do you mean by take it even further? I mean, I trust your instincts. How about a little bit of everything?
You want to know everything? Right. You came to the right person. It's good to know things, but you need to be physically fit. So we're gonna stretch your limbs and get those joints moving. And then we're gonna give you little bites of bad berries. Maybe send you on a long run.
Wait, why do I have to... I get the stretching, I get the running. Why am I eating bad berries? You want me to shit myself?
Right. That about does it.
I actually just got an achievement called Training Arc by completing all training sessions with all companions.
I can spend my time watching over Kai.
Nice, so he must give me another bonus now. That's cool. So I guess if you talk to each companion enough, you actually get permanent stat bonuses, which is really cool. So it's actually worth it to be sociable. But yeah, I can only imagine how stinky this place is. It probably smells extremely sulfury. The more that we're here and the more that we hear from Marius, the more I'm like, wow, Galawain's Tusks sure is a vacation destination, isn't it? Like, should we even be hanging our clothes out to dry? I guess everything stinks, no matter if it's in our bag or out on the line, but yeah, it must be... This place must stink.
Right? I can't think of one. Oh, you could probably make up your own.
I couldn't just do that.
Why not?
Is it permanently dark there too? No, it's been sunny sometimes. It just feels like I've been playing at night a lot.
Tempting, but dangerous. I really ought to exhaust one field of research before starting another.
If you insist.
Seeing as we're speaking to everyone, we may as well just take the time to speak to Yatsli and Kai next.
Meeting like this. People will talk.
Let's talk about that recurring dream you told me you've been having.
Well, I suppose you've earned that much. And I do enjoy rewarding tenacity. Though between your dreams and mine, it's a wonder anyone gets any sleep around here. You remember that I nearly burned my family home down when I was young?
Yeah, it's hard to forget, and you can't see it right now because your shoulder's covered up, but one of your shoulders is badly burned.
It was an accident. And I paid for it. My parents refused to buy me more spell books for years. Well, shortly after all that fuss, the dream began. It started at first with a fire. Just flames, crackling, and a feeling of safety. I thought it was a little weird, but nice. But then the dream kept coming back, night after night. I learned more every time. I saw that it was a fire in a hearth, and that hearth was in an old library. I assumed it was a library, at least, to explain why there were so many tablets.
Oh, she's a full-on pyromaniac? Yeah, she started at a young age, too. The story is essentially she got a spell book for Christmas one year, and then she accidentally... Well, no, she did burn down the house. I mean, honestly, a room with tablets lining the walls. For an arcane scholar nerd like me, that sounds pretty wonderful.
A woman after my own heart. In the library, there's just one person, but they're wearing a hood.
Honestly, that's entirely on brand. Yeah, it really checks out with what we know about Yatsli and her personality. It's that she almost burned her house down Christmas morning. Or, again, she did burn her house down Christmas morning. There's no almost about it.
The paralyzing, all-encompassing fear of... something.
So the whole dream is that you watch someone not read in a chair?
When you put it like that, it almost sounds boring. Maybe you just need to experience it yourself. But a low, deep banging starts, and it rattles through your bones and shakes you to your core. And it replaces the beat of your heart with this droning on and on and on until you forget every other sound you've ever heard.
A beat. Steel feet on the shore. They come by night.
And then, as it just gets louder and louder, and right before it gets there, I wake up.
You've been listening to too many of Giada's ghost stories.
And let me tell you, waking up in a cold sweat does nothing for my fur.
You don't know the sound's source, I assume?
How sibilant. No. Just that it's all-encompassing. It's strange. I've not told many of the details of my dream. I suppose I must like you quite a bit, Envoy. Don't let it inflate your ego too much. I suppose we should try and get some rest now. I'll have some tea ready for when we awaken later.
Wow, it's very kind of you. Nothing better than waking up to a fresh cup of tea.
Kai, don't...
Alright, last but not least, let's speak to Kai. Well, actually, let's wait for Yatsli and Kai to have their conversation first.
Found your new spot.
Why did you do that?
You mentioned the ground was rough on your back. I noticed a soft patch.
Oh, Kai.
I didn't know I was camping with such
It's
a
very
gentleman.
kind of you.
Thank you, darling. But next time, warn a girl, will you?
You got it. No surprises. Rawatayans love to boast about how barren and rugged our homeland is. but we've got nothing on the Pargrunen living here.
Yeah, honestly, I cannot imagine calling this place home.
Especially if it's all you ever see. According to Marius, his people are forbidden from ever leaving the Tusks.
I did tell you that, didn't I? Must have been drunk.
I'm all for pulling together, but that's just oppressive.
I agree. People should be free to choose their own path.
You're not alone. A lot of people in Solace would agree with you.
Exactly. It's not a home if you have to lock people in it. Ravatai has a similar problem. Between the constant storms and the rocky soil, the lands never supported us easily. So many of us find work as sailors and mercenaries. We explore the world as soldiers or as part of a trade mission. We venture out. We're encouraged to.
But how many of you actually go back to your homeland?
Not everyone, of course. But Rowatai's hardly a dying country. Everyone in the Living Lands faces struggle. But people choose that, and usually to escape something worse. Forcing people into a lifetime of hardship for the sake of principle or tradition is a different matter entirely.
You never been to Galawain's Tusks before?
Never. The Pargrunen of Solace are notoriously suspicious of outsiders. Though, from the looks of this place, Solace's real concern has got to be keeping its people in, not keeping the rest of us out.
Yeah, well, that's all. Good night, Kai.
I've got extra water in my pack if anyone needs it.
Great. Oh, we got a dream.
Gaze in the dark. The mountains shift in unknowable shapes.
What's eating at you?
The sulfur scalds. We do not like to linger in this place.
I mean, we won't stay in the Tusks long. We're gonna find the garden and then get out.
The rushes stir. We smell danger. Obstacles in the path. The beast of treachery smells you. It stalks you across the land. A sword for a settlement, the scorpion promises to protect. Rose today, thorn tomorrow. Friend or foe, the branches shake.
Interesting. Is she, like, predicting that we're gonna be betrayed? I hate that you talk in riddles. I wish you'd get to the point.
Betrayal seeps into the veins. A hidden strike, a bond bleeds in silence. Have your hands known this?
I don't know. Depends on your definition of loyalty, I guess.
Need the packmates to survive. Why?
I mean, it was nothing personal.
Forsaken is the knife that wounds for others, not itself. The venom bloomed. We wonder, what good is a vow if it can break?
Ronnie says, I think they talk in riddles because it's been eons since they communicated with anyone. Yeah, and I mean just like classic god shit too, you know? I feel like gods like to talk in riddles. That's like their thing. Must be a pain in the arse to carry this massive sleeping rock with us everywhere. Yeah, I can only sleep on this one particular rock, so I make Kai carry it on his back from camp to camp. What good is a vow if it can break? I mean, we can't plan for every contingency. What matters is that it mattered once.
Fleeting light. We have learned much. Dream of dandelions with 2 heads.
Always interesting whenever we speak to old Gaudio. Now, to the southwest is apparently where the ancient Pargrunen aqueduct is, so I'm actually kind of interested to go check that out, seeing as we're kind of in that area. How about we go check that out first, and then I definitely want to go find Marius's village, too. I guess it makes the most sense to go to Solace Keep first, because it's kind of on the way, and presumably we're going to pick up some more quests there as well, but eventually we'll make our way north to find Marius's village, too. Circumstances can change, Sopadal. Our relationship with you has, for instance. We started out friendly, but we've grown distrustful. Exactly. Exactly. You can only work off the information that you have in the moment, but things can absolutely change. Okay, so we've been here before. Right, this is where the strangled Audra was. Oh, wait, she said southwest. I'm going southeast. Oops, my bad. I was gonna say, hang on, we've been over here before. But that's because I got my directions mixed up. We gotta go this way. Closer to the volcano. I feel like since Marius like specifically mentioned it, there's gotta be something we can find at the aqueduct, you know? Makes me think there's definitely gotta be some treasure to find. Gotta love a good beetle lair. Obviously, the running joke through the first couple of zones is that there were so many bears, but it looks like the bears of this region are the beetles. There's so many of them around. Writhing ruins. Now, these don't look like Pargrunin ruins. These are godless ruins, I think. So there must be Pargrunin ruins over here somewhere too, but two different places. Oh, someone was already here. Rude, they stole my treasure. Hey, Chibi, how are you? Happy Saturday. How are you doing today? The godless architecture really reminds me of Morrowind. I can see that, absolutely. I can definitely see that. Morrowind was so fun. We actually played Morrowind. My first ever playthrough of Morrowind was on stream. That was, oh god, that was a while ago now. Probably 6 years ago, but it was a lot of fun. It's janky. It certainly shows its age, but it also has its charm. I actually liked it a lot. Doing pretty good. How are you? How is stream? I'm doing great, thank you. Happy to be here hanging out with everybody today. And stream is going really well. I've been absolutely loving this game here, Avowed. This game came out back in February, and we've been streaming it around once a week ever since then, just sort of slowly making our way through. And I'm absolutely loving it. It's a fantastic game. If you like RPGs, you know, think, you know, Elder Scrolls. Obviously, you're going to get a lot of comparison to Skyrim, I think, just because of the perspective. There's not a lot of other first-person fantasy RPGs out there. But this one is absolutely fantastic, and I would recommend. Okay, there's tons of beetles in here, and they've left their beetle juices, if you will, all over these ruins, and honestly, it looks freaking disgusting. Ew! So gross. Right side, we got the jump on these beetles. They didn't expect me to slide through that gap. Yeah. Alright. I haven't seen much in the ruins so far. It honestly kind of looked like the ruins had already been looted. Ah, this must be the aqueduct, though. So maybe the aqueduct was not of Pargrunin design. Maybe they were just... I can see why it doesn't work anymore. Maybe they were just sort of using old godless infrastructure. Yeah, this thing looks disgusting. I wouldn't be drinking this water, that's for damn sure. Looks like someone was actually camped here.
Been empty for a while.
Yeah, what's this about? Reluca's Expedition Journal. I should have known that when Gabriel said this job would be easy, he just wanted to get us on our way before the council could change their minds. Can't believe any of these old mud and shit aqueducts are still standing. How did anyone ever build anything this way? But at least it's something to work with. Nothing a little Pargrun engineering can't improve. Still, the first problem is getting to the source of the water, all the way in Slumbering Fields. Looks like there's a spot where we can cross over the lava flow just to the northwest. Those eyes of Rimmergand that Doru packed will come in handy, as long as we don't hit too many bumps on the way. Gabriel should have sent a team with some paving stones first.
A valley of lava. You do take us to the most interesting places.
I live to please. Alright, interesting. So we need to follow the aqueduct back to its source, which apparently involves crossing a river of lava, so this should be fun. Oh! Random aqueduct skeletons, okay. Oh shit, there's so many skeletons here. For some reason I thought there was only 2, but there was a lot more than that. Oh yeah, like a lot more. Okay. Bye-bye skills. Thankfully, some of the skills have money in their pockets. They died rich. Okay, yeah, you can see the structure leads all the way over there. To the other side of the river of lava. Now, if we go up through these ruins, will this give us a path? These ruins are the ones, if I'm correct, I believe these are the ones that were previously occupied by the outcasts, were they? No, I'm incorrect. It's close, but these are different ruins. So, if we do a little platforming, we might be able to get over this river of lava. We have to be real careful that we don't
Look,
miss a step.
you can just make out wagon tracks.
Aha, yeah. This must be where the expedition team came. Aha. But they mentioned, I think we might be able to get across, wrong spell, if I use ice? Yeah! Nice! That's freaking awesome. Alright, that'll do it. If you don't have a bridge, make your own bridge with the magic of ice. Cool. This did in fact get us to the other side. I'm just honestly surprised my ice magic enough was powerful. My ice magic was powerful enough to freeze lava, but just goes to show how powerful I am. What the fuck?
You say you are children of this land.
Okay, this whole area looks very different from the area we just left. This area looks very lush, and I guess it makes sense if this area has water. I think we found the expedition team, but look who we have here. Greenery, and this here Galawain's Tusks? Yeah, I know. And we've got some sort of like nature spirit here, Weeping Willow.
Stay back, creatures.
I would never have expected to see this in this region.
Bone. You follow one another into the snare.
Abaddon's hammer. Did Gabral send you? You've got to get us out of here.
Dalamgon, let them go.
And let them extend their fetid reach? Allow their corruption to spread? Never.
Why would we poison the very water we need? That makes no sense. Marius, is that you?
Wow, everyone knows Marius. It's been good to have him in our party so far.
Sorry, Raluca. You knew the answer to that before you asked.
Do you understand so little? You awoke an ancient presence with your digging and delving. It waits in the ruins, among the bones of the dead.
Oh,
the land fights
that sounds good.
it, curdling the water.
Oh, that could only happen through a powerful channeling of essence. Is there Audra nearby?
This land is connected. Veins and roots all intertwined. The land
sounds like something we
feels,
can fight.
Remembers. Like a tree choked with vines, it seeps poison to defend itself from the aggressor. The interloper.
Dwarves digging too deep. What a stereotype.
It rises like bile in our throat. We fear it.
But burrowing worms clog the ears of these fools. I warn them, and they hear nothing.
Let me investigate. I can deal with whatever's in those ruins. Then they can have their water, and you can be freed of whatever ancient evil has awoken in the ruins.
What is this madness? You bear the mark of this land in the ridges of your flesh and the rings of your soul. Surely you must know better.
Yeah, she's pretty cool, actually. The character design of these forest spirits, they're called Demilgon. They're pretty freaking cool. Yes, I bear the mark. That's why you must allow me to help. Let's try to leverage my own horns and see if that'll help here.
Very well. Your insight would be helpful.
I definitely see Tafiti from Moana, Chibi. Definitely.
Let the waters flow sweet and clear once more. Clear the old one's water roads to slake this parched land. Do this, and I shall release these vermin to scurry back to their nest.
Yeah, this seems to be one of those situations where me helping is going to help everyone. We'll get the Pargrunan's fresh water, we'll clear up the water here for the Demilgon, and then again, we'll also get rid of whatever ancient evil is slumbering, so I think it's one of those situations where we can really help a whole lot of people by getting ourselves involved. Now, the ruins are this way, but there are a ton of little mushroom guys. Wondering if we can maybe just give them a wide berth. Let's see what's back here. Well, actually, I see something we can burn through right there. I want to check that out. Oh! The Spore King! What the fuck? I didn't even see a Spore King! I just came down here to burn these brambles! Okay, guess we'll fight him later. Can I just do this first? Ooh, speaking of that movie, so at work we have the combo pack of Moana and Moana 2. A woman was buying it for her daughter, and when I rung it up for her, the movie spawned me to ask if she was 18 plus, old enough to buy the movie, and I laughed so hard. This was the X-rated version of Moana, with some deleted scenes. I actually haven't seen Moana 2 yet. Alana, my partner, she loves Moana. Moana is one of her favorite movies. She's seen it like 1,000,000 times, and she watched Moana 2 while I was out of town, and she said she really liked it, so I'll have to watch it someday. It's Mona! The X-rated edition. Moana 2 is the spicy one. I mean, I haven't seen it, so I can't confirm. Maybe that's why Alana likes it so much. It was Moana 2 X-rated version. But I can vouch for Moana 1. Moana 1 is a really good time. It's a lot of fun. Oh, there's Alana.
Wholesome film.
Alana has arrived to give us her thoughts on Moana, and she says, "Do not disgrace such a wholesome film." So I guess we need to stop with those jokes now. No more Mona jokes, okay, everyone?
Unless you want to diet.
Alright, we got a little bit of treasure back here, but honestly, not a whole lot. Got a great view of the lava flow and the garden in the background. No Rule 34 around Alana, check. She did get Stardew Valley running, thank you for asking, TS. When she got GOG downloaded, she got it all figured out, which is good. Alright, I guess we're gonna go fight the Spore King now. I wouldn't have even known he was up there. Apparently I got close enough to, like, trigger the boss fight, which was weird. But let's go see. And then, obviously, those are the ruins there. The Spore King! Here we go! By the way, could we get a shout out for Chibi22? He is a fellow streamer, and he is great, and everyone should go check him out. And perhaps his most notable claim to fame is he is actually the big brother of our very own Mapsio Morgan, who we love around here. So there we go. Thank you for the shout out. We're gonna go check out Chibi. Maybe he can tell you more about the mysteries of Moana 2. If you want to learn more about the X-rated version of Moana 2, please go give Chibi22 a follow. Okay, luckily for us, the Spore King decided to come right to the ledge right here. And I can just literally kill him from all the way down here, and I'm okay with that. They're just all gathering on the cliff's edge here, allowing me to pick them off one by one. Down goes the Spore King. That was pretty easy. Alright. There's a bunch of little sporelings. Oh, they're jumping off the cliff now to get down here. They were like, wait a minute, this was a really dumb plan we had where we all stayed up here but we don't have range attacks. Oh, it looks like there must have been a bounty on the Spore King's head because we were actually just able to loot something called the Spore King's crown. There's nothing better than completing a quest before you ever actually pick it up. So now once we do get to the bounty board, which presumably is in Solace Keep, we can just turn that one in. Like, oh yeah, been there, done that. Spore King, done and dusted, baby. Tallara's a camper is what I'm seeing. Look, camping is a valid strategy, and if it works, it works. Spore King wishes he was a camper. Are you in an alternate Mushroom Kingdom? One, yeah, one that's very deadly. It's a lot less friendly here than it is in Mario's Mushroom Kingdom, that's for damn sure. I love it when you fall upon the bounties before getting the bounties. It's literally the best feeling ever. I love it in any game when I get a quest and then you can immediately just turn the quest in because you've already done it. Where's the Mac to go with all this cheese? Absolutely cheesing it. And you know what? It worked, so we'll take it. Because this is actually the way we need to go to get inside the ruins anyway, so all's well that ends well. This is what happens if Bowser doesn't abuse the Mushroom Kingdom. So because of Bowser's abuse, they're all happy-go-lucky, and if he wasn't there to abuse them, they'd suddenly become evil and try to kill me? That seems a little backwards. Alright, here's the ruins. Man, I cannot aim for shit here today. There we go. You mean you don't like the WoW version where you don't get credit until you have the quest? No, I hate it. And the worst part is I love WoW, but it's like the one thing I hate. It's like, why can't I just do things earlier, even if I don't have the quest? Bowser the Benevolent. The true ruler of the Mushroom Kingdom. Oh, damn. So many beetles, man. This is insane. Yeah, okay, these are the beetles or the mushrooms that I killed before because you can see all the Audra or the mana they left behind. Grab that real quick. Luckily, even though I was down there, the Spore King's remains actually spawned right next to me, so I was already able to loot him. Alright, looks like these are the ruins, and wow, they are surrounded by these beautiful fungal growths. This is like enchanting, if it wasn't so, you know, like poisonous and deadly. But aren't the most, even in our world, sometimes the most beautiful creatures are the most deadly, you know? You think of like the colorful frogs and that kind of thing. Usually those are the ones that are extremely poisonous, so It all checks out. The prettier things are, the more deadly they normally are, too. Alright, so apparently this is an old workshop. I can't wait to see what we're gonna find.
Here it comes.
This almost beats the Frozen Souls of Ringrim. Yeah, it's sort of a similar vibe, wouldn't you say? Just some enchanting fungal growths. I know, it's weird words to put together. That's for sure. Things you wouldn't expect to say for 1,000. Enchanting fungal growths. Now, what did I just pick up? Ooh, I just picked up a one-handed ranged unique pistol called Magic Mistle. Wow, that is not the Magic Mistle. That's fantastic, honestly.
Pounding?
What pounding? What is happening? Why is my vision going all blurry? Oh, damn! Is this Megfolk still alive? Is this what's woken up in here?
A rat scrabbling in the dust.
Wodica?
Crawling back to the same ruined trash heap.
No, we know this voice, this presence, sneering at us through our prison bars.
I culled your rot from this land before. I will do it again.
Interesting. Now remember, we have learned that in the past, this army of machine creatures actually came and attacked Sopadal, and Sopadal and her followers were basically all eliminated. She hates these things. She's absolutely terrified of them. But up until this point, we had no idea who or what sent them here. It looks like it was a fellow god. Wodica, for some reason, had some sort of vendetta against Sopadal and sent her creatures here to destroy her. Or imprison her. Wodica. The history books have no record of your presence here, Queen that was.
And is. You carve lands into petty fiefdoms, but we are the gods of all Eora.
Damn. You can communicate with me directly? How's that possible?
Did you think only your parasite could whisper in your ear?
Shit, the little guys dug so deep they raised a god. Or at least got its attention. Do you always possess these creations? What are they anyway?
Don't concern yourself with my methods. Now, I will not waste my time. Too long has this land languished in chaos. Bandits, fugitives, and outcasts squabble in their crude fortresses. This land needs order, purpose.
Okay, maybe so, but whose order? Let me guess, yours?
The order of the gods. The order, which
Figured.
has governed lives for millennia. You are an Ediran. A nation where law and authority brought peace between the warring folk and elves. It is steadfast. Your people understand how to tame what is wild. How to build empire from rubble.
Okay, I'm not so sure about that, though. The Adirans are struggling to find their footing here.
All the more reason for unity. Guidance. Lest it divide against itself.
Now, if we tell Ludwin that we spoke with Wodica, does that make her more likely to bone us? Pun intended.
Stop her! Silence her!
She does love some Wodica.
Do you think this place was always so gray? With its barren slopes and acid sea?
What are you talking about?
It has destroyed this place before. These hills were once lush, and the people.
She lies. Falsehoods like fangs. She was not there. She did not see.
You're getting awfully defensive there, Sopadol. Believe it or not, I don't think Wodika's lying. We've already heard previously that Sopadol killed a lot of her followers. It seems like she was being attacked by Wodika and her little mechanical minions, and it basically lost control, lashed out, freaked out, and destroyed basically all of her followers. It wouldn't surprise me if she also just, like, sundered the land itself as well. I'm gonna continue to listen. Believe it or not, I don't think Wodika is lying here.
Why else would the usurper so quickly deny its deeds? Is it a plea of innocence or admission of its guilt?
You're awfully keen to convince me too. What do you gain from this?
The question you should ask is what your parasite has to lose. Whose poison flows through this water? Who spoils its own lifeblood?
Creatures did this. They crawled through our bones. They picked at our flesh.
The Magfolk fulfilled a need. What is the purpose of this?
So small, so fragile. We did not mean to. We could not understand.
That sounds like a pretty big admission of guilt. Honestly, we didn't even really learn anything new here. Again, we already knew that Sopadol basically freaked the fuck out when she was getting attacked, and destroyed her followers. We get a little bit of extra information here that she also destroyed the land and made it the way it is today. I mean, at this point, I don't really have anything else to learn from Wodika, so let's just strike the Meg folk and finish this. Enough.
Envoy, snap out of it.
Talk about going scorched earth. Yeah, 100%.
That wasn't
100%.
Was it?
That was Wodika, or a piece of her inside that Meg folk.
You're talking to Wodika now? When did that happen?
She was warning me about Sopadol and their chaos.
She's right about that much. All the more reason we need to find the garden.
Don't take this the wrong way, but I think it's possible the Oathbinder knows something we mortals don't. Maybe you'll find your answers in the garden. Stranger things have happened.
Killed the men, ate the horses, and salted the land. Yep. Now, what we don't know is why Wodika attacked Sopadol in the first place. And, like, don't get me wrong, I'm not gonna suddenly change allegiances and start listening to Wodika either. It's clear that every god has their own agenda. Some are more forthcoming with it, and others are not, aka Sopadol. But at the same time, nothing Wodika there said to us there is a lie, or I don't think it is. Either way, it seems that we've managed to banish whatever spirit of Wodika was inside the ruins. Yeah, and it looks like the water's running clear now.
The aqueducts will be done here.
Which is nice. Okay. All we need to do now is clear the blockage in the aqueduct, but first we'll go return to the Delimgon, and hopefully she'll let the other dwarves go. I think it's smart to remain impartial as much as you can for now. Absolutely, totally agree. That's what I'm trying to do. Obviously, we're, you know, coming to certain conclusions and whatnot, but at this point, I'm not committing to taking anyone's side until we get the full story. Unfortunately, the more we find out, the more I'm not sure there is a right side, or the right side's probably going to be killing Sopadol for good. If we let her out, she can do the same thing again and just wreak absolute chaos on the people and the lands here. And we still don't know her exact connection to the Dream Scourge, but you have to think it's coming from her as well, because she's spoken about the Dream Scourge multiple times in almost like a loving way, talking about how good it is to reclaim things for the land. And in all the years she's never reached out to someone before, the fact that she's reaching out to me now makes me think her prison is weakening, which presumably is allowing her to release the Dream Scourge. So basically all we're learning makes me think that we're not going to be able to partner with Sopadol at the end of this, but again, going to remain impartial until we have all the information and can make an informed decision. So in a sense, you kicked out Mother Nature out of that statue, and then because she was upset and then left the water, became better. Interesting. Yeah. Just listen carefully and charge up a secret massive fireball. Yeah, if she's doing something like the Dream Scourge while still imprisoned, imagine what she'll get up to when she's out. Exactly, exactly.
You have restored the waters.
This game's so good, man. It's constantly making me think, and it's constantly like dribbling little pieces of information and sort of making you put the puzzle together yourself and making you choose what you think is true. What, you know, it's giving you the freedom to make your own choice in terms of what you believe. And I just think it's great. I think the story in this game is absolutely top tier. I really, really like it. Okay, thank you. Thank you for keeping your word.
I ask only that they leave this sanctuary free of their influence, that new life may take root.
Seems like a fair compromise.
You expect us to walk away from the best
Can't they just build the aqueduct and filter some water out of here?
Clears the old growth from the waterways, then a portion will flow out.
Exactly.
You may gather it where the waterway ends.
Yeah.
Away from here.
That seems extremely logical to me. It seems very reasonable. You can keep your sanctuary and they'll get the water that flows through the aqueduct. They don't need to come in here to the source.
Reasonable? You can't be serious.
You can't be serious. Why is that not reasonable?
And so has this.
You can't take everything for yourself. That's not reasonable.
Avowed, godlike, in private.
I don't understand what the problem is for Luca. Please enlighten me as to what your hesitations are, because it seems reasonable to me.
That talking tree expects us to just walk away from the best source of clean water in the Tusks. So that what? A few more moss patches can grow?
The water's flowing. What more do you want? It'll come down the aqueduct and over to the other side of the valley.
An outpost. So we can make sure we never get cut off like this again. We can't risk losing access to fresh water again. I know you've done a lot for us already, but I'd like to ask one more thing.
Let me guess, you want me to kill the Delimgon?
Shh. But yes. Look, we need to set up a guard post here. Eventually we want to build out the aqueduct system. There's no way she'll let us do that.
That is so unreasonable. Like, literally so unreasonable. Can't you just gather water from the end of the aqueduct and leave her be?
Well, you'd need to clear whatever's blocking the aqueduct for the water to flow out. But the source would still be vulnerable to disaster and happenstance.
I mean, water's always vulnerable to disaster and happenstance.
But it's our best chance for survival.
No, you'll have to get your water without disturbing the Delimgon. That is so bullshit. I'm not even entertaining this.
We're not getting anything until that blockage is cleared out of the aqueduct. If you can at least do that much, we'll make do. We'll have to.
Well, I mean, before I came along, you had no water. Now you're gonna have an aqueduct that brings you water. Just because you're being so stubborn and saying, but we want the source. Like, no, water is water. She gets her source in here where she's already set up her home, and then you still get your water. That just seems so dumb to me. I really... Maybe I'm missing something, but I just really don't even see the rationale in saying, yeah, the dwarves should have the source of this. It'd be one thing if letting the Delimgon live here means that the dwarves get no water. But the dwarves still get their water, the Delimgon gets her home, everyone can live happily ever after. Chibi says she sounds like a customer doing a return I deal with at work. Fair enough. Some people are just patently unreasonable and there's no understanding their position because their position isn't founded in logic. If you want the source so badly, you're free to fight for it yourself. Yeah, and that's the other thing. Don't bring me into it. If you want to cause a war, fine. I've done enough here for you. Alright, so that's the blockage. I know all these mushrooms just saw me, but I'm gonna clear this blockage first. Look how much water they're gonna have! That's gonna flow right down the aqueduct. Idiots. Alright, anyway. Now we'll get rid of the mushrooms. This place is absolutely gorgeous at night. You're right. All of the pretty colors. So nice. And then you've got Mount Doom up there in the background too, which is pretty cool. Legally distinct Mount Doom. Yes, that's right. Sorry. Thank you for reminding me. I heard the Warner Brothers lawyers powering up from here. Please genocide the reasonable life so we can steal all the water and land. But yeah, it's like, not like there's just a dribble coming down the aqueduct. You can see the flow of water there. That is a steady stream. And considering the fact that before you had nothing, like this aqueduct has clearly been blocked for a long time. Marius just said there's an old aqueduct we haven't used in forever. So you're going from nothing to like something, and it's still not enough. It's just, it's so greedy. It's put such a bad taste in my mouth for the Pargrunen. Like, greedy, greedy, greedy. Yeah, for some reason, I don't know, it's just really rubbed me the wrong way. Like, we have met a number of patently unreasonable people in our playthrough so far, but these people are up there in the list of the most unreasonable people we've encountered. Isn't that the feeling you get from a game you really enjoy, having strong feelings during the game? Absolutely. Like, the fact that I care this much means I'm invested and I'm enjoying the game, right? Like, if I wasn't enjoying the game, I'd be like, I don't fucking care. But you're so right. It's the fact that they've done such a good job creating this world and creating these characters that's making me even care this much. Hail Marto, enjoying Avowed, I see. Yes, just here cursing about some dumb people in Avowed. No, I actually really am, though. I am really, really enjoying this game. And now, before we go back, I've got to get rid of some spiders, because this little cave here is just screaming loot, right? I'm not the only one who thinks that. As much as I hate being in here because there's spiders, there's definitely got to be some good loot in here. What are we playing after Avowed? I've got a couple of different ideas. I definitely want to return to Breath of the Wild and do a couple streams continuing on our Korok hunt. There's also been a couple of games that have come out recently. The one in particular I really want to try is Blue Prince, if you guys have seen that one. It's a roguelike puzzle game, which looks really cool. So that's something that's definitely on my radar to check out as well. Dave the Diver just did a new DLC that's in collaboration with Yakuza and Like a Dragon. So there's a couple of games that I have sort of on my radar for when we're finished Avowed. We're actually getting close to finishing both games we're playing on the channel right now. Avowed should be done in the next couple of weeks. And I think me and Rory are going to finish Split Fiction, actually, on Monday. So we'll be starting some new stuff pretty soon. You've seen Blue Prince is intense? Yeah, I saw a little bit, because I didn't even know what it was. And then I saw a bunch of people streaming it the other day. I was like, the hell is this? So I watched a little bit of it. And then as soon as I saw, like, this is really cool, I stopped watching because I didn't want to spoil it for myself. But yeah, it looks really cool. I love puzzle games. And we haven't played a good puzzle game on stream in a while. So that's one I definitely want to check out. Now, look what we've got here. This is one of my favorite things about this game. For anyone just joining us, one of the established rules in the Avowed or Pillars of Eternity universe is that reincarnation is real and people know about it. So what's really cool is throughout the game you can come across these ancient memories which actually unlock memories of one of your past lives, and you essentially get to live it out and make the decisions that you did in the past. I just think it's so cool. It's such an interesting mechanic, so I'm very excited. Let's access this ancient memory and see who I was in a past life.
We have been here before. Do you feel the old roots twisting in the loam?
Is this what this place used to look like? Holy crap! That's crazy. So again, not that I doubted Wodika earlier, but this is essentially evidence. This is what Galawain's tusks used to look like. And you saw the lava-filled hellscape that it is today. She really fucked this place up. You'll need to overclock your brain to solve the puzzles and blueprints. I was trying to solve a puzzle with someone I was watching on stream. I almost got a seizure. Yeah, I'm ready. We'll have to work together, but I think it'll be fun. I think that'll make it even more fun. It's one thing to play a game like that on my own, but I think all of us working together to solve puzzles will make it even more fun. But yes, apparently they did farm in this region at some point. It was just a very, very long time ago. Sop it all. No wonder they imprisoned you and deleted all mention of you from the land. Yeah, she sucks. Wodka absolutely didn't lie. So, looking at this, I feel a shadow of essence, long dead life, growth paused before its time.
The trees shake with the passing of beasts. Their prey skitters beneath the leaves. But we took it all away.
Oh, and she's admitting it.
Now our memory is a wound.
Interesting. I figured she'd try to deny it again. Well, show me what you can remember.
You are Maru, a Jabaru Sinakis. You stand on the shoulders of
Okay,
all
so this is my past life, Maru.
You are young in your role, newly minted from your trials in Thirdborn. You tempered your body and spirit in our image. Tell us, Maru, how did you perform?
Yeah, this is an absolutely beautiful piece of art here. The wolf in that tree, this is just fantastic. How did I perform in my trials? As much as I would like to say I was exceptional, you know, I was a hero of the age. I did fantastic. What if we change the narrative of what is the usual hero stories? And what if we say, you know what? I barely made it out of those trials alive. I graduated with a C. But C's get degrees.
Your efforts disappointed us. We chose you for your promise, but we had misjudged your worth. We regretted our choice. Your struggle became a cautionary tale. Yet you stood for the garden, and your destiny remained. The leader sent you to the temple of Galawain's Tusks. An oasis bloomed.
Yeah, that does seem a touch extreme, didn't it? I didn't fail. I still passed. Very harsh. Jeez Louise. Not everyone can get A's. We're grading on a curve here. How did I find life in my new home? I fought to earn everyone's respect. Coming in as an underdog.
A stranger. A mountain flower planted in the jungle. Why?
'Cause they had their own traditions.
They heard omens. They danced beneath the moon. They called us different names. But they learned from you. And you from
Interesting.
them.
So I was basically an envoy of Soppadal and her religion.
The tide turned. The season changed. The city had grown root-bound. Too large.
It seems like in every single past life that we've experienced, I've been involved with Soppadal in some way, which is kind of crazy to think about. Like the wheel of time, all my reincarnated selves, somehow I've always been connected to Soppadal. We've seen one before where I was the leader of the godlike civilization, which was like her biggest supporters. We've seen another one where I was a priest. I was the head of the religion that worshipped her. Here I'm like, you know, an envoy, a traveling preacher, kind of, if you will. And then obviously in my life right now, we're on a mission to find Soppadal. So it seems like no matter where I am, no matter where I go, no matter what life I live, I'm always dealing with Soppadal. I mean, TS makes a good point. He says it could be these are cherry-picked examples with perfectly ordinary lives in between. That's true too, but the fact that there's been, I mean, at least 4 of my reincarnations have had something to do with Soppadal seems to be pretty telling, I think. We have no idea what the timeline here is. Maybe it's centuries between each memory. That's true too. How did I advise the people to venture out and find new sources?
The sea yielded only salt. The forage could not replace the harvest. Until, one day, relief. The builders found a clear spring carved into the mountainside. They dreamed of an aqueduct.
Aqueduct.
A river of their own design. Its veins would split the trees, a winding wound across our back. You could speak with us. Why did you not consult us first?
So another constant theme that we've experienced through all of our visions is that Soppadal hates when people build. She's torn down temples, she's torn down cities. It sounds like she tore down this aqueduct. Whenever humanity builds structures or infrastructure or whatever the case may be, even when they're building things in what they think is a way to worship her, she fucking hates it and she tears it all down. So that's interesting as well, because presumably we let Soppadal out of her prison. Her stance on these things probably hasn't changed, so we're probably condemning all the cities in the Living Lands to ruin, because she's going to destroy anything that's man-made. I thought you would agree that building an aqueduct was necessary. We needed the water.
Presumption born of ignorance. In the path of the aqueduct lived a mighty flower tree, one of the first in the jungle.
If she had her way, her followers would worship her by writhing in the mud. Yeah, and again, like pretty much everything in this world, everything is about balance, right? We don't want to clear this forest and just have, you know, nothing but industrialization here. Absolutely not. But at the same time, you can't expect us to just live in the mud and the sticks, right? There's got to be balance. Building an aqueduct, I think, is not as bad as she's making it out to be, you know? Anyway, let's hear about the path of this mighty flowered tree. It was a landmark for lost travelers.
A sign of hope. Its leaves spread wide, a challenge to the foreman's authority. He raised
Like, Soppadal is too extreme this way. It's like, I understand what she's saying, but like, geez Louise. I mean, would I have tried to stop him? Not if that was the only path to build this aqueduct. I know it's not what she wants to hear, but I'm gonna say I stood by and watched.
He cleaved into the spine of centuries, a trunk that would have outlived him. Why did you leave us to our fate?
We needed the aqueduct. We had no choice.
To give, to take. But why take this? You lowered your eyes. He cut. The ground thundered as it fell. The haze parts. We cry out. Our skin burns. This memory we recall. The earth erupts, a chorus of screams. Ash blots out the sun.
Yeah, you killed everyone.
The call of winter. The wages of their foreman's pride. The roots stop. You remember no more. The dust claimed you with the rest. We saw your indifference, and we were powerless to spare you.
That's crazy. So, she was so pissed off that we cut down that tree, she made the volcano erupt, which not only killed everyone, but just ruined this whole place anyway. She's literally, I believe it was T.S. who described her this way previously, but she, being Soppadal, this god we hear in her head, is literally a petulant child. Whenever things don't go her way, she just has a massive tantrum and destroys everything and everyone around her. How many lives for one tree? How dare you?
We felt only our pain.
Yeah, because all that matters is your pain, Soppadal. That's no excuse. You're selfish.
Terror. Harm. This should not have been our way. Years passed. The Aikido returned. As they rebuilt their walls, they left us offerings, wary of their ancestors' mistake.
And you can see the land is much different now.
Their bounty. But the scars never healed. We too had learned. We twine together. We reach for the sky. We grow. We grow. We grow.
Yeah, and like, I recognize that this was all in the past. This was hundreds, if not thousands of years ago, and maybe some time being imprisoned has changed her outlook on these things, and hopefully through looking through our eyes and seeing how we interact with the world, Sopadal is seeing there's another way. But at the same time, do we trust her enough to think that she's changed? It's one thing when the consequences are minor, but we have to trust that if we let her out of prison, she's not just going to destroy the whole land and kill everyone in it again because she has a tantrum, right? It's just like, again, the more I learn, the less I'm on Sopadal's side. Either way, by accessing that memory, we got a new godlike ability, Remembrance of Maru. It's a passive ability that increases your attack damage by 10%. Yo! That's huge! See, I knew that cave was worth exploring. My loot goblin senses were tingling, and it turns out I was right. That's the best loot we could have got. Not only did we get to experience a memory and learn about the past, but our attack damage has been increased by 10%. 10% more damage? That's the sort of stealth that Tiff loves. Absolutely. That's freaking fantastic. When the loot is DPS, I'm all for it. Luckily, the water's clear here now, so we can actually explore and grab the treasure down here, too. More loot the merrier, right? Come up for air and then keep exploring. Looks like that's it. Okay. Now, anyway, we'll go tell these ungrateful dwarves that we cleared the aqueduct and there's a huge flow of running water coming down now to their settlements.
We'll wait here until you've taken care of everything. Gabral would be downright insufferable if I went back to them empty-handed.
The aqueduct is clear.
Thank you. If there's one thing we need to survive out here, it's fresh water. You've given us a fighting chance.
Thank you so much for the emotional support. I finished my taxes. Yay! GG's, Muffin. I'm so glad I could keep you company while you dealt with such an arduous task. That is a good accomplishment. Happy to be of service. Alright, we can upgrade our companions. Upgrade that Marius. We've already got his passive ability fully maxed. I think we'll get his binding roots fully maxed too, so I really like that ability. And then for Kai, we're gonna increase his passive. Perfect. And then I get another point. What should we put that in? Let's check these passives. Yeah, let's do... Honestly, I think my favorite spell to use right now is, believe it or not, it's not Fireball, it's Crackling Bolt. I really like that one. So I think we'll put the point into Heart of the Storm, which increases the amount of shock accumulation we deal by 20%. And then we actually get a skill point as well. So let's take a look, because with our training, a lot of our stats have been improved. So we now have 9 Might, 2 Constitution, 4 Dexterity, 6 Perception, 15 Intellect, and 2 Resolve. So that's pretty good, actually. Let's do... I think I'm going to put one in Perception because I've been struggling a little bit with the range of our attacks. And it's because our other wand had a bigger range, so I'm still trying to adjust. So let's put one into Perception to increase our maximum range by 3% and our critical hit chance by 2%. Does the fire damage affect your wand's damage? I don't know if my wand deals fire accumulation. No, I think you're right, TS, because the ability I have on my wand hits deal plus 10% bonus fire damage, so you're right. I probably should have gotten this one. Well, we'll keep that in mind. We'll get that one next time. We'll pick up Scion of Flame. But alright, we have finished this quest, so that's good. We already did that. I'm really glad Marius told us about this place, because this was really awesome. This whole sort of quest line over here in the Slumbering Fields was well worth it. So now I think we're gonna head up to Solace Keep. So the easiest way is probably if we fast travel back to the Twined Wood South Beacon and then just head north. Alrighty. Luckily, it's really easy to see where we have to go. Giant tower. So we'll just follow the road north. Or, there's not really a road here. Oh no, there kinda is, over here. There is kind of a road. Presumably this will lead us right there, but we'll see. Gotta run, best of luck. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for hanging out today, Muffin. It was good to see you, and I'm so glad to hear you got your taxes done, and I was your emotional support streamer during the process. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Hopefully we'll see you back here again soon. Okay, so we've already been to this farm. Yeah, we've already explored there. So that's nothing new. Man, that keep looks imposing. The river of lava coming down the front? Like, holy shit. I gotta get a better look at this. Yeah, that's crazy. Solace Keep. Doesn't look the coziest. The homiest, if you will. Alright, what do we have here? Dead bugs?
But there's so many of them.
Hey, what's going on here?
What are you doing here? This place isn't safe. The homestead up ahead is all run by Zarips. Used to be it was occupied by outcasts, but things happened. The region's getting more lethal. If you think the Salos Steppe was hell, it's nothing next to the primordial depths up north. The Zarips used to be more peaceful, but the recent tremors tore up the terrain so badly, they had to go south.
Do you need help with the Zorips?
You want to help? Nandru keep you? That'd be amazing! There are some Balgrunin living in the wastelands out here, all without the aid of the Wardens. If someone got rid of the Zarips, they might be able to shelter here. Maybe even grow some crops. It's up to you if you would like to help out with the Zarips, but I hope you do.
Sure thing, least I can do. I mean, I don't know how much success you'll have growing any crops here, but hey, it's worth trying. Holy shit, look at this boar! That thing is freaking huge! I thought I was dealing with Zorips. Alright. I mean, we've dealt with enough Zorips by now to know that you can't really reason with them or anything like that, so as much as I would love to try a diplomatic solution to get the Zorips out of here, realistically, our only option is to just kill them, and I think we're doing everyone a favor if we get rid of the bloodthirsty lizards. Hey Meerkat, happy Saturday! You just spent the last 3 hours scrubbing floors to help a friend? Jeez Louise. Meerkat is friend of the year. That's very kind of you. Well, hey, you got your exercise in for the day, right? Sounds like a good time to rest and relax. Right, Mariana's journal. It's been a few years since I found great-grandmother Mariana's writings of her life in the Living Lands in Solace. I've thought about this choice for so long, but I finally know my answer. I need to retrace her steps. I need to return to my ancestral home. I may never see Stalwart or my family again. This is not an easy decision, and the journey won't be easy, but I feel a calling I can no longer ignore. 3 years later. It took a few years, but I finally arrived. The journey alone has been incredible. Traveling through Air Glanfath, I didn't think it was possible for so many trees to be in one place. And the people of the Deerwood were just as hospitable as the stories of them I'd heard. I will admit that traveling by boat was not the most pleasant experience. It's certainly something I'm not keen on doing again. Luckily, I had earned enough from odd jobs I took during my travels that I didn't have to lend my services as part of the ship's crew. Call me crazy, but I feel home. Like a part of me was yearning to return. At least it has. See you, Meerkat. Enjoy the rest of your day. 2 years later, I think I made the right decision, staying some time in Paradise. A wonderful woman by the name of Cosmina was happy to give me some training for free. She would never say such a thing, but I think she just wants to help people survive this place. After saying my goodbyes and selling some things I no longer need, I'll be venturing onward to Solace Keep. Should be on the road within the new year. Holy moly, this has been quite a journey. She made up her mind in 28-27. I mean, 5 years later, she's still not even at Solace Keep. 28-33, my first day out of Dawnshore, and I'm veritably shaking with excitement. I'll miss some of the comforts and company of Paradise, but it'll all be worth it. I had a very special visitor at my shop today. The envoy in the flesh! Oh, no way! Okay, apparently we had met Mariana before. I don't remember her, but she remembered me. I'd heard so much about them, and it was such an honor to make their acquaintance. I hope they find what they're looking for. Well, now I feel sad, because we know what happens to her. She's lying dead in front of me. Okay? Later that year, here I thought the Dear Woodens were hospitable. Despite the difficulties they're facing, the Fiorians were incredible hosts. I still don't understand it all, but with just a few days' time in Fior, I feel like I got a crash course in animancy. I hope things turn around in Emerald Stair. Its overgrown wilds are a deadly place. Thank the gods for Cosmina's tutelage. I don't know if I'd have survived that spoiling attack without it. Even though I'd just gotten through the worst part of the Deep Woods, it was at least a pleasure to see the envoy again. I felt safer with them around, and something else too. How many times have we run into Marina? Apparently we met her in Fior as well. Okay. I was excited for a change of pace when I was finally able to leave the forests and bogs of Emerald Stair behind, but if I really knew what awaited me, I very well may have stopped my journey in Fior. I'm joking, of course. Mostly. Shatterscarp is a lot of things, but none of them I would describe as pleasant. Even still, the wasteland is better than being trapped behind Thirdborn's walls. Supplies are low, but I'm sure I have enough to make it the rest of the way. I saw strange magic near some ancient ruins near a vast chasm. Even stranger, I felt a chill wind wash over me. Colder than anything I'd ever experienced back in Stalwart. That shouldn't happen in a desert. I can't wait to leave this place. And then finally she makes it. The moment I stepped into the blasted yet somehow beautiful wasteland of Galawain's Tusks, I knew I had made the right choice. Arriving at the Living Lands may have felt like coming home, but it was nothing compared to this. I can almost hear great-grandmother Mariana's voice in my head as if it were with me, crying out with joy and celebrating in my triumph. Tonight I make camp in this abandoned homestead. I can see the keep shining ahead, a glorious beacon in the night. After a good night's rest, I will make my way there first thing in the morning. If I'm lucky, I'll arrive before the sun reaches its peak. I'm nearly there. Nearly home. God damn, that is a devastating story. A 6-year-long journey, and this is how close she got. And she didn't make it. The fucking Zorips killed her. That is heartbreaking, honestly. Well, as if I needed more motivation to kill these Zorips, we gotta do it in memory of Marianne, right? Damn, that is so sad. Alright. Fuck you, Zorips. F's in the chat for Marianne, man. Oh, God.
That's one for us.
Oh, you actually remember Marianne Brawny? In Emerald Stair, she was out in the bog before the exit to the next zone. Oh, I do remember her now. No, you're so right. I do remember her. You Googled it. Okay, well that makes me feel better that I didn't remember her. But now that you say it, I 100% remember her. Yes, I remember her in the bog. Because we were like, what the hell are you doing out here? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. I remember. Wait a minute, is that a bear? Holy shit, it's been so long! There's a whole squad of bears. I'm like low-key excited to see them at this point. God damn, it's been a minute. is that all the Zorps? Ooh. Farmhouse key. Presumably it's for this farmhouse up here. There are unfortunately more Zorps. But only a couple. Okay, that should be all of them. Now, let's see if we can get inside this farmhouse. Yeah, nice. Whoa. A lot of Dream Scourge in here.
It's a little gross here, but the Dream Scourge still takes root. Figures.
Yeah. Child's note of warning. A note written in what seems to be a child's handwriting. The ink seems unsettlingly fresh. Don't stay here, please. My mom started talking strange and forgetting things one day. My pa said she was just tired, but she kept acting like she didn't remember me until one day she grabbed me and tried to spit up on my face. Pa's crying now. We're gonna run away. Pa says Mom can't come. Anyway, don't stay here. You might forget your family, too. Holy crap. That is freaking dark. I guess that's Ma. Oh, man. Jesus, that was grim. Yeah, seriously. Of course it was in the child's handwriting to make it extra grim. Okay, anyway, we cleared the Zorps out. I feel like I need to tell the Pargarunin that maybe they shouldn't go stay in that house, though. If you're gonna move into this homestead, then you should stay in the one up here, because that one back there is a little infected. Ooh, what do we have here? A little lockbox. Nice. Some good stuff in there. Alright, the deed is done. The Zorps are dead.
You dealt with the Zorps. I didn't have any doubts about whether you could, but still, your actions will save some lives. And the buildings will at least provide some shelter. Here, take this.
Nice. 1,800 gold. You rewarded me handsomely. Thank you very much. Happy to help. Yeah, we're getting closer and closer to Solace Keep. There is a campsite right over here next to this address. Let's go unlock that. There was literally a trail of loot from the Trail of Dead. Solace Keep Party Camp. So looks like, I guess the entrance is around the side there. Looks like it. Damn. Great view of the mountain, and the garden, and the keep. Is the keep wonky? What do you mean by that? Actually, maybe I should make camp to see if I can upgrade any of my stuff. It doesn't look completely upright. Oh, maybe it's like at a bit of an angle. Okay, so we need glasswood branches. Audraban blackwood branch. Okay. Glasswood branch. We can make 3. And Audraban we can make a bunch. Nice. We can upgrade my wand now. Well, actually, let's upgrade my armor first, because we can get that to legendary quality. Nice. And then we can upgrade my wand to legendary quality +1, increasing the amount of damage that it does. Everything else in my inventory I should actually break down. Let's see if doing that actually gives us any more materials. Yes. But not enough to upgrade. That's fine. Oh, no, that's not true. We can upgrade our armor one more time, actually, to legendary +1 now. Nice! Alright, we're doing pretty good. Got 2 legendary quality items, 1 superb quality item. We'll take that. Alrighty, Roo. Let's at least approach the gates of Solace Keep. We've been streaming for quite some time. Actually, we're going on 4.5 hours. Time frickin' flies when you're having fun. So I don't think we'll go into Solace Keep today, because usually exploring every new major town is like a full stream in and of itself. So I think what we'll do is we'll probably call it a day here as we approach the gates. So our next stream, we can spend the whole stream checking out Solace Keep.
Maybe we could send the wardens a message. Adherence here, Fjord burned, Solace next. Just Marius.
Maybe we won't do that. But I at least want to approach the gates, because presumably they're not just going to let us right in. So let's just see sort of what the reaction is. It's pretty intimidating. I'm actually kind of glad we're walking up to it sort of in the light of day, because God knows it would be even more intimidating at night. That makes sense unless you want to do a 24-hour stream. I mean, the way this is going, time is just freaking flying. I looked up, I was like, ah, we must have been going now for like roughly 3 hours. I was like, oh, 4.5? Okay. Before we go into Solace Keep, it looks like there's like a little inn or a way stop over here. Hello.
Welcome to Serina's Mercy, outsider. There's nothing for you to see here.
In fact, I take that back. I don't think it is an inn or a way stop. I think it's a gate guardhouse. Yeah, there's a prisoner incident log. Okay, and then back here there's a charred leather tome. It's some sort of novel that apparently got dropped in the fire. We've got prisoners here, though. Let's go say hi.
You let me out of here right now! Will you pipe down over there? I'm innocent!
No, you gave the goods back. That's something else.
Oh, thank the gods. Finally.
What were you yelling about?
Renato here was selling our grave goods to traveling merchants. Don't let him tell about maps and causes. He's a con.
Oh, guardhouse. I was thinking kinky brothel. They did have a lot of chains downstairs. What's this about grave goods?
I admit I took a few things from Pargrunan memorials. And I admit the caravans paid me a good price for them.
Oh, you're a grave robber.
Expeditions have costs.
I see. I mean, I've done my share of grave robbing in my time. It's not like the dead were using them, I guess.
Fuitu Mayo. Haven't either of you heard of a thing called
I don't want to be a hypocrite here. We've done our fair share of looting, so...
He sits in his emporium and thinks it's the dead fire.
Oh, this is one of Sansa's cartographers. Interesting. Every single other one that Sansa's asked us to find has been dead. So I was surprised to see this one living. Interesting. Okay. Well, look, I'm actually just here for your notes, so you'll probably have to untangle this mess yourself.
I don't know about map making, but we confiscated these. Maybe they're what you're looking for.
Thank you.
Wait till he throws you to the wilds. Then see how you feel.
I'm sorry, Renato. I really am. But at this point, I need to stay on the Pargrunan's good side. We're literally trying to get into Solace Keep and speak to the Warden Council. I can't do anything that would, like, necessarily piss them off. So, I mean, they're not going to execute you for a little grave robbing. You just hang out in there. I'll take your notes back to Sansa. Maybe you'll get your payment. Maybe you won't. But, regardless, you know, just serve your time and, you know, who knows, maybe I'll be able to help you a little bit in the future. The question is, are they just gonna let us into Solace Keep? It doesn't, believe it or not, it's not very well maintained. If the Pargrunan have anything, it seems to be a lot of, stone or masonry resources. So it's one thing for everyone to be starving, it's another thing for the keep to be in such a state of disrepair. I guess when you're starving, you don't have the energy to maintain your infrastructure, but I can't believe how shitty this place is. Like, look at all the stone and tree branches and whatnot. Hello, will you let me in, or... Will you let me in? Warden Coastman.
It's Cosmine. Just let me
Oh,
in.
you know him. Okay.
What? Marius? No. You must be a ghost. A curse.
Oh, that would be news to me.
You are alive. You. Asshole. You show your face now? Now?
You missed him, didn't you?
Several times, but I hit more than I missed.
We used to be friends. Or so I thought. But then this Jitule left. Unannounced. No note, no nothing. Didn't even say goodbye to Iancu. And now you cozy up here after 3 years?
Oh, I was wondering how long it had been since Marius left. 3 years. I gotta be honest, I don't really have time for your theatrics. We're actually here to speak to the council immediately.
I can't allow that. You know the rules. Outsiders cannot enter without express permission of the council.
Or with an honored warden.
Which you are not. I shouldn't even be talking to either of you. It's forbidden.
I don't suppose the wardens would teach their people to think for themselves, would they?
Why, you pencil-pushing, goat-kissing little bookworm! I ought to stab you for that!
Try it, and see how quickly I forget that we both grew up here. Do you think the council
probably wasn't the right thing to say, but I wanted to say it.
Army turned Solace inside out.
Fuito, Marius. You've grown an edge since you left. I'll let you in, but be warned. Solace is not as it was, Marius.
I doubt it. Nothing really changes in Solace.
You'll see for yourself. The council isn't what it was. Keep a watchful eye. Lower it on down. Quickly now.
I'm very surprised that worked. I am very surprised Cosman let us in after I straight up insulted him.
Be aware, people of Solace are just as stubborn as its walls.
Yeah, that's what I'm steeling myself for. I have to expect that no one in here is going to be cooperative, especially not the council. I can only imagine how uncooperative they're going to be, actually. Here you go, Marius. It's your homecoming. I know you're dreading this, and I'm very sorry.
If it's the new recruit playing games again, I'm going to... Your face... It's just like... Outlanders and Solace Keep.
I guess my face is what's going to get me through. Wait a minute. No, never mind. I thought these were humans.
Wait, you're not from the hunting party. Where's the hunting party? They were supposed to be here an hour ago.
Idiots. Better not have gotten themselves killed. We need the supplies. I swear if they've gotten themselves drunk out there, I'm gonna...
Looks like the hunting is basically boars and beetles for this place.
You look just like Nandru.
Yeah, I don't think this whole thing would have worked if I didn't have my godlike features. This is certainly helping. Yep, you know me, just making my way through here, looking like your long-lost leader who you basically worship. Alright, we've actually made it in. That's pretty crazy. Solace Keep, here we are, a homecoming for Marius, one that he's not particularly excited about. And it looks like he's recognized by a lot of people.
Odicus nails an outsider.
Hello.
Nobody told me to expect outsiders.
Hey Abu, thank you for the follow.
Welcome to...
You really aren't used to outsiders, I take it.
No, I can't say I am. Do you have any questions about Solace Keep?
That's actually pretty courteous of you. Why were you so shocked by my appearance?
I've never seen anyone quite like you, is all. No, that's not entirely true. All I'll say is, take a good look at the big statue of Nandru, this keep's founder, when you enter the main hall. A word of warning before you enter. You are the first outsiders to visit the keep in longer than I know.
Okay. I understand. It's an honor to be here.
It is an honor to have you.
You like my tattoos? Oh, thank you so much. Appreciate that. I've got lots here on my forearm. A lot of them are video game related, actually. I always struggle to show them off because it's hard to show your arm on camera, but I've actually got Ellie's tattoo from The Last of Us Part 2 right here. Over here, which again, hard to move my arm, but I've got Ciri's sword. I've got a Leafeon back here, just a little half sleeve that I personally really love, so thank you. I appreciate that compliment. Help wanted, repair the godless aqueducts. Oh, I already did that. Okay, cool. So this is one of those moments where, again, you pick up a quest and you're like, God damn, already done it. Alright guys, well as I was saying before we walked into Solace Keep, I think I'm gonna call it a day here. I hadn't realized actually how long we've been streaming. We've been here for 4.5 hours because time flies when you're having fun. And obviously I assume there's gonna be lots for us to do and see here in Solace Keep. It feels like every time we go to a major capital city in a different zone, we spend pretty much an entire stream in that area. So I think it makes sense for us to call it a day here. When we return next time, we'll be right here in Solace Keep and we can explore this area. We got to go meet the Warden Council, who I'm sure are going to be very happy to see us, and I can't wait to see who else we find here in Solace Keep. Clearly some people are going to know Marius. We're also looking for a blacksmith that might be able to work with our star metal that we have and pick up whatever other quests there are here in Solace Keep. So that is it for me, everyone. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me today. I seriously had the best time. Time absolutely flies when you're having fun, and it had been so long since we had last streamed Avowed. It was only 2 weeks, but it felt like forever. So all of that to say, I had so much fun today, and thank you guys so much for being here. I really appreciate it. If you're new around here and need to get caught up either on our Avowed playthrough or any of our other streams, you can head on over to the YouTube channel. I do upload all of the VODs from our Twitch streams over there. I also do some exclusive YouTube content as well. Right now, we're playing through Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition, which just came out on the Nintendo Switch like 2 weeks ago. So if you're interested in that, you can go check it out. We've also done lots of other games over there like Suikoden, Cyberpunk 2077, all of the Dragon Age games, etc. So you can head over there to check out all the content. Otherwise, that is it for me today. Thank you guys so much again for hanging out. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your weekend. We'll be back again next weekend with more Avowed, but in the meantime, we'll actually be live on Monday with my good friend Rory. Right now we're actually co-op streaming through Split Fiction, and the grand finale of Split Fiction should be on Monday. I think we're going to beat the game then. So if you've been following along with Split Fiction, hopefully I'll see you guys on Monday. Otherwise, like I said, more Avowed will be coming up next weekend. Speaking of co-op streams, two of my really good friends are currently streaming. Riz and Abby are currently streaming PT, which I think is a scary game. So how about we head on over and say hello to Riz and Abby. Let me get the raid up here. There it is. Abby, you can say hello to them both. I actually don't know much about PT. All I know is that it's spooky, so viewer discretion is advised, I suppose. Thank you for pasting those raid commands, TS. So everyone, if you want to go spam Abby's chat, if you're a subscriber to the channel, you can use the first raid command, which has the emotes in it. Otherwise, we do have a follower-friendly one as well. You can copy-paste those. Let's go spam Abby's chat and say hello. Have a great night, everybody, and I'll see you guys back here again soon.